Hello. Hello. I just got here, man. Thank you, Mage Mania, for the Prime sub. I appreciate that, dude. I appreciate that, dude. I love getting Jeff Bezos' money. You know me. How am I? I'm okay. I am still not feeling 100%, but like I said on the Discord, I want to hang out with everybody, so I'm here. I have like no idea what I want to draw today. So I probably will draw, but I don't know. We're just gonna kind of have to play it by ear. Hello. Hello. There is thunder in our eyes. Tell we both matter, don't we? I'm sad because I ran out of peach rings. I have a zebra cake, but I'm saving it in case of emergency. I think I'm gonna save it for Sunday. Excuse me. I got a VTuber model, but I don't know how to stream. Me neither. A zebra-shaped cake? You don't know what a fucking zebra cake is? Damn. Do you have an emergency scheduled for Sunday? No. But probably I'm gonna eat it on Sunday. I bought it 2 days ago, but my parents, I was gonna have it for after dinner yesterday, but my parents surprised me with a very gigantic ice cream, like, fucking sandwich thing, and I ate that whole damn thing, and I shouldn't have, because I was so fucking full. Atlas will bring the end of days on Sunday. It's true. I will. I think I will do that. That's a good idea. I think on Sunday I will be ending everything. So don't forget to say goodbye to everybody that you know. And oh my god, I watched such a stupid movie yesterday. If somebody randomly called you on the phone and like talked to you and told you to do weird random shit, would you actually fucking do it? And give all your money to Atlas because it's the end of the world? True. Like this fucking this fucking movie that I watched yesterday. I'm sorry, I'm going right into the fucking movie talk, but it's been on my mind, and I was watching this movie, and this is so fucking, I was like, this is so fucking dumb. I can't wait to tell Chad about this. I watched a movie called Compliance. And Compliance is about it's about like these people that work in like a fast food restaurant. And they get a call on the phone that one of their employees stole something from a customer, but the police officer can't get to the restaurant to investigate. So he basically guides the investigation over the phone to the manager of the store. And it starts like, you know, like, oh, check her pockets, check her purse, check whatever. And then he's like, okay, now ask her to strip search. Okay, now ask her to bend over. Okay, now ask her to do jumping jacks and shit like that. And I'm like, who the fuck would realistically actually listen to that? And like this manager lady, she like chills for the whole, she like, they're super busy, you know, they're a super busy fucking fast food restaurant, and so she's like, I can't
11 months, let's go.
Let's go. Anyway, thank you so much for the 11 months. Holy shit, that's almost a year. That's crazy. Ugh. Was the MacGuffin supposed to be at a goddamn fast food chain? They just said money. The guy on the phone, he was like, oh, she stole money and we need to find the money. And the manager lady is like, well, I don't want to strip search her. And the guy on the phone is like, and the guy on the phone is like, well, the police officer on the phone is like, well, either you strip search her now or she goes to jail. And the manager lady is like, okay, so do you want to get strip searched or you want to go to jail? And the girl's like, I guess strip search, whatever. And she gets strip searched, and then she's not allowed to put her clothes back on after they strip search her. The manager lady is instructed to put her clothes, like the girl's clothes, in a bag and then leave them in the manager lady's car and leave the car unlocked. And I'm like, this is so fucking dumb. And the manager lady is like, I have to work at my busy restaurant, so I'm gonna get somebody else to watch over her for a while. And she gets like the sandwich guy to watch over her, but then the guy on the phone starts saying like, okay, what do her boobs look like? All that other stuff. And and the fucking guy is like, no, that's weird, I don't want to do that. And the manager lady is like, okay, whatever, I'll call my my husband or my fiance, and I will get him to come here. And her fiance shows up, and he's like drunk as hell, and she's like, I need you to go and watch that girl, that naked woman in the back. And he's like, okay. And the police officer on the phone talks to the drunk dude, and he's like, and he tells him to do all this stupid, weird shit. You know, he's like, okay, tell her to do jumping jacks. Tell her to bend over your knee and give her a spanking because she was mean or some shit. Anyway, basically, he sexually assaults the fucking naked chick. And then he leaves. And another guy comes in who worked at that place and is told, hey, you got to watch over this chick. And then the guy on the phone starts saying, hey, can you do the same things that the other guy just did? And I'm like, this is so fucking dumb. And I start looking up this movie. It's based on an actual fucking event. It's something that actually fucking happened. It's something that actually fucking happened. It's based on true fucking events. Hold on. I don't have the Wikipedia article open, but I need to read it to you guys, okay? It's so fucking bad. Hold on. Strip search phone call scam. There's an entire Wikipedia page on it. And this specifically happened in Mount Washington, Kentucky. The police impersonator, according to an assistant manager, the caller identified himself as a policeman. The caller gave Summers a vague description of a slightly built young woman with dark hair who was suspected of theft. Summers believed that the description provided was that of Louise Ogborn, a 18-year-old who was currently on duty at the restaurant. Ogborn was brought into an office, ordered to strip naked, with Summers placing the clothes in a bag and taking them to her car as instructed. Ogborn then put on an apron to partially cover herself. Summers told the caller that she needed to be working at the restaurant's counter. The caller then told Summers to bring someone whom she trusted to assist with the investigation. Summers first asked Jason Bradley, one of the restaurant's cooks. Bradley refused, but took no further action and left the office. Summers then called her own fiance, who went to the restaurant and took over for Summers. After being told that a police officer was on the phone, her fiance could be seen obeying the caller's instructions for the next 2 hours. Her fiance, the manager lady's fiance, removed the apron that Ogborn was wearing and ordered her to dance and perform jumping jacks while she was naked. The fiance then ordered her to insert her fingers into her fucking cooter and expose it to him as part of the search. He also ordered her to sit in his lap and kiss him, and when she refused to do so, he spanked her until she promised to do so. The caller also spoke to Ogborn and demanded that she do as she was told or face worse punishment. Recalling the incident later, Ogborn said, "I was scared for my life." Events, plural. Yes, because this was something that happened a lot in like really tiny, in like really small,
A word.
Airless, thanks for the 3 months. This is something that would happen pretty often in small rural,
Hello, white woman. It is that time, Ag. What the hell am I listening to?
I'm talking about a movie that I watched that's based off of true events. And Melly the Skelly, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. So like what people would do is that they would call random like fast food joints and they would pretend that they were the police and they would get people to like I don't know, just obey their words, basically. They were just like, I'm a police officer, so you have to listen to me. She has to strip naked, blah, 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 blah. And it was so stupid. The movie itself was so dumb. It was so bad. But the fucking, like, the fact that it happened for realsies is so lame. So fucking stupid. Every time you tell us that you watched a movie, it's always the most unhinged and wild shit, because I go around on YouTube and I look for like disturbing movies or whatever, because sometimes you get some really good ideas from those, or you get some really good movies from those lists. I mean, and when they're not sucking the dick of a Serbian film and other shit. They can't strip search you without probable cause. Yeah, but it was like this weird thing where it was like, where it's like they just listened to somebody that had an authoritative voice, and they targeted like really small towns that didn't have great access to education or something. And so that's people would just tell them on the phone, I'm a police officer, and they would just believe them. Ugh. I have a movie rec for you from a Jacob Jeller video. What was it? I don't see much gain from this at all. Do you think that people are bad people for a reason? I think that sometimes bad people just do things because they're bad people. Just go watch the Chicken Jockey movie. I'm not going to spend money on the fucking Minecraft movie. I'm not going to spend money on the fucking Minecraft movie. I can't believe people are actually going to go and fucking waste their stupid fucking money on that. Chicken Jockey. Dog typing on keyboard. Thanks for the follow, dude. I'm so excited to watch it. It looks so bad. I can't wait to watch it when it is available somewhere for a price that begins with a 0. Reminds me of a news story where a random guy called a restaurant claiming to be the security system company and gaslit them to break all the windows to deactivate the silent alarm. I went down a rabbit hole of situations like this. There was actually a guy, there was like two radio show hosts who called a nurse in like England or something, and they pretended to be like the Queen of England. The radio host pretended to be the Queen of England, and they talked to this nurse, and they're like, can we see Princess Kate's baby, or can we learn about Princess Kate's baby, or some shit like that. And when the nurse found out that it was a prank, because she actually let them through. She actually let them through to talk to Kate on the phone. When they found out, when the nurse found out that this was a prank, she killed herself. Like, it's just, she just fucking killed herself, just hung herself in her nurse's quarters. First performed as a 2017 American psychological thriller film written and directed by Paul Schrader. Stars Ethan Hawke as a minister of a small congregation in upstate New York who grapples with mounting despair brought on by tragedy, worldly concerns, and a tormented past. Amanda Seyfried, Cedric Kyles, Victoria... I don't care about actors. Why am I reading those? Okay, this does sound interesting. I do love a man in a priest outfit. I think it's sexy. Also, it's available for free online, which is always nice. I love it when things are available for free online. I love it when a movie is available for free online. You have no idea how much I adore it when a fucking movie is available for free online. What was that incident that happened in the mountains with the unexplained hiker's death? You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific. Because that happens a lot. Oh, the Dyatlov Pass? Yeah, that was in Russia. That was the one that I watched a movie about, and it turned out to be absolutely nothing fucking... just a total fucking nothing burger. If you like it, there's a yummy Jacob Jeller vid with it. You may like the other movie I mentioned, though. I don't know if I should say its name. I see. Anyway. J Brown 0516, thanks for the follow, man. Welcome in. Welcome in, my dude. We talking movies? Yeah. Did you check out the Jamrock Hobo video on the Portraits of DE? I have not yet done that. What is the most fucked up movie you watched based on a true story or event? I feel like... I mean, you can get those with documentaries. Let me look at my Letterboxd. Hold on. I do love to talk about movies. I'm just a fucking fool that way. Lonely on me loose. Like a kid playing pretend in his father's suit. You know, it was a good one. Fucking Baby Reindeer. That was a good one. That's not a movie. That's a series on Netflix, but it's pretty good. Sending my love from the other side of... I think the one that Atlas showed me that stuck with me was the one about freediving. That was called The Last Breath. I would say Tell Me Who I Am is a pretty disturbing one. That one is a documentary about two siblings, about two twin brothers. I would say Love Has Won, The Cult of Mother God is a really disturbing one as well. I mean, comparatively. Do I like horror and SCPs? I do. I tend to. Sending my love from the other side of... I liked Bowling for Columbine as well, but that's another documentary. That's not really about anything. If you want something that is disturbing that's not really based on anything in specific, you should totally watch Threads. Threads is a horrific movie. Threads is about it's like an alternate universe where Britain was, I think it was like, it's like if Britain was like nuked and the entire world went into like a nuclear holocaust. Well, I don't actually know if it was the entire world. They only showed us Britain, but sending my love. Threads, and then that animated one about the old couple. True. Where's the horror? It is a very horrifying movie. I would recommend watching it. It was funny too because like you watch it and then you realize that this was a TV movie that they aired on TV. The Act of Killing? Oh, I've heard about The Act of Killing, but I haven't seen it yet. I have to add it to my watch list. I've heard lots of good things about The Act of Killing. I think I tried to watch it at one point and then I just got bored. But I haven't finished it. And that was several years ago. I can work you out. Are you thinking about something better? The Look of Silence, an optician grapples with the Indonesian mass killings of 1965 to 1966, during which his older brother was exterminated. Interesting. Megan is Missing. Oh, I remember Megan is Missing. This one TikTok. That's the one that TikTok was all freaking out about because of that scene of her in the barrel. 14-year-old Megan and her best friend Amy spend a lot of time on the internet, posting videos of themselves and chatting with guys online. One night, Megan chats with a guy named Josh, who convinces her to meet him for a date. The next day, Megan is missing forever, based on actual cases of child abduction. I remember looking into that movie and finding it kind of... I don't know. It was kind of boring to me. I think I'm just not a big fan of like found footage movies because they never hit for me. I don't know what it is. They never do anything for me. I've watched like a portion of Megan is Missing and just did not click. Did not click. Did you like Blair Witch? I have not seen Blair Witch, actually. Blair Witch is one of those classics that I haven't seen yet. It's not based on true events, but if you like disturbing shit, you should totally watch The House That Jack Built. I love The House That Jack Built. That is one of the only Lars von Trier movies that I like. Or Lars von Trier, I don't know. Trier, whatever. Saw 11 got canceled? Wait, are you for real? It did? Oh, it was stalled. Okay, that's fine. It's not canceled. It's just it's shelved for now. How many saws are they gonna make? I don't give a shit as long as they keep including people that don't suck. Why the fuck did anybody ever fucking think that it was a smart idea to put Chris Rock in a goddamn Saw movie? I love the Saw movies so much. I fucking hate, I hate most of them except for I love the like main trilogy, but those were the only ones that I like stuck with. Chris Rock probably thought it was a good idea. Well, Chris Rock probably thinks a lot of stupid things are good ideas. I really hated Spiral. I really hated Spiral. And I don't remember anything about Jigsaw. Spiral I only remember because Chris Rock was in it and I thought that was absolutely fucking ridiculous. What was the one found footage movie where they thought they actually killed people for it? I think that was Cannibal Holocaust. Jigsaw is the one with the laser trap? Oh. So dumb. So dumb. I just don't like it when Saw movies try to make inescapable traps that aren't by Amanda. Why the heck are we talking about the Will you fucking listen? I'm talking about a movie called Cannibal Holocaust. Your merch just got here? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I thought it was the other guy. Nope. It was fucking Amanda. Amanda is the only one that I like who makes inescapable traps. I think that she's earned that. I think that she's earned it. Nobody else has. She got thrown into a pit of fucking needles. She got thrown into a pit of fucking dirty needles. She can do whatever the fuck she wants. I haven't seen Cannibal Holocaust either, though. So I think Cannibal Holocaust is also the one where they like killed an actual snake or something. What if you had to encounter one of these events? What do you mean one of these events? They're movies. They're fictional. If I encountered one of these events, I'd kill myself. What's gaming tonight, boys? What's up? How are you? Final Destination is a good movie series. I haven't watched Final Destination. I dislike the concept of Final Destination. Every fucking time people bring up Final Destination, I'm like, I can't stand it. I can't stand the idea that the big thing that they have to get over is not something they can actually get over. Hold on, I need to pull my hair up because it's like gross. Hold on. Rewatched How to Train Your Dragon for your birthday. Happy birthday, dude. I haven't watched How to Train Your Dragon in a long time. It's a live action now. Fuck that. Did the live action one already come out? I don't know. I hate the trend so much of live action movies. I'm so fucking sick and tired of it. I'm so sick and tired of it. I don't give a shit if the fucking CGI and Lilo and Stitch looks great. I don't give a shit if the fucking dragons and in How to Train Your Dragon live action come out of the screen and fucking throw me around in real life. I don't give a shit. Stop it. I need cute, well-animated movies. I'm so sick of it, dude. I'm so sick of it. It's so repetitive and lame. Did you see that the Tangled live action got indefinitely delayed because of Snow White flopping? Snow White flopped? I'm not gonna lie, I have not been paying attention to Snow White. The only thing I know about it is that I really don't like the main actress. Snow White did indeed flop. Okay, hold on. Let me open up I'm gonna open up the Wikipedia. The saddest thing is that 2D animation is dead. True, they shelved that Princess Tiana show indefinitely. Oh my god, 6% of people liked this movie on Google users. That is hilarious. .6 out of 10. Oh my god. 1.3. That's so bad. Oh no. What? Oh my god. What is the box office? Ooh. Oh, that's not good. So far, Snow White has brought in 145 million globally, with just under half of that total coming from the US theaters, according to Box Office Mojo. Unfortunately, the film's reported $270 million budget, which includes both production and marketing costs, means that Disney is likely facing a substantial loss. Holy fucking shit. It lost fucking over $100 million. That is fucking ridiculous. Holy shit. I think part of it is boycotts from people who don't like Gal Gadot, Gadot, whatever, because Zionism is bad. People who don't like Rachel Zelger, and the drama around casting, not casting little people for the dwarves, making them CGI abominations. That's something I've never fucking understood about these live action fucking movies. Why are they said to be? Why are they said to be live action remakes when, like, live action Lion King is just animation in a different font? It's literally just animation, but in a different font. It's like just not as fun. Like, it's just animation, but now there's like a bunch of textures and shit. I'm not asking why they don't make 2D movies anymore. I know why they don't. I don't think that they should stop making them entirely, but I know that they're not fucking going to. My problem is why they're making a bunch of CGI shit of stuff that's already been made. In a perfect world, honestly, people would realize that animation is not like a genre. It's like its own class of movie. You know how you got art house films? You got films with real people, films with like mixed media, whatever the fuck. It's just another way to tell a story. Because Disney is out of original ideas. They're not, though. Do you know how many fucking people work at Disney? Do you know how many fucking people work at Disney? How many fucking people submit their fucking proposals to Disney every single goddamn day? I also really fucking hate the new, like, super squishy way that they do their own, like, original projects. Like, that fucking trend that Turning Red started. Dream on, dream until your dreams come true. Hello. I'm complaining about Disney. Wait, what was this trend? What are you talking about? I wish I liked Turning Red more, but I just don't like the art style. I don't like they did it with their the new fucking Pixar thing where it's like everybody's like a really squishy looking character. I can't remember what it's called, but it's the one that had like a trans girl in it. It was like about baseball, no, softball. When the Star Wars sequels were being released, Kathleen Kennedy, the top of the Disney Star Wars branch, tried to gaslight the entire fandom by claiming that there was making the they were by claiming that making the films was hard because they were starting from scratch and there were no books to base themselves off of. Jesus Christ. I like that it's animated and I like the story, but the execution of this style is just unappealing. It's true. On Your Mark? It might be On Your Mark, yeah. It's softball versus I haven't heard this song in forever. Oh, Win or Lose? Win or Lose. It's a shame too because I really liked a lot of the I really liked the what was it? I like the voice acting in that one. I really liked the voice acting in that one. But and they scrubbed all of the hashtag woke agenda. How many more flops does Disney need before they change strategies? I don't fucking know, man. The truth of the matter is that Disney is fucking rich as hell, so they can fail as many times as they fucking want. Realistically, they can fail and they can put out ridiculous, stupid shit as many times as they want. Left a bitter taste in my mouth that they cut it. There's literally a scene in Win or Lose or something like along those lines. One of those shows where the one of the moms or one of the teachers or something is like twerking on somebody and they're like, yeah, we can have this, but we cannot include a trans kid. That's too scary. Oh my God, Baby Metal. Holy shit. Wait. Wait, guys, I have to tell you guys something. I was at my job the other day and this lady spoke to me as if it was so fucking weird. I was wearing a Baby Metal shirt. And she was like, what does that say? I'm like, it says Baby Metal. And she's like, oh, you know, my husband is into this thing called rock and roll music. And I'm like, yeah? And she's like, yeah, it's like this really loud music. And I'm like, what are you talking to me like I don't know what rock and roll music is? She said like this thing called rock and roll music as if it was this new age, newfangled thing. Whose husband? It was a fucking it was a client of ours. You like jazz? I was so stunned. She's like, yeah, my husband, he can listen to that. He can listen to that fucking rock and roll music. I put on nice stuff and he just doesn't want to listen. She's that chick from BoJack who's in a coma for decades. If you're in a coma for a long time, do you still age? Well, I guess you would still age, but you would just wake up like way older. Damn, that would suck. Damn, that would suck. They are touring with BVB. Who's BVB? That's not what I was looking for. Oh, Black Veil Brides. Oh my god. I don't know a goddamn thing. Oh my god, I'm so sleepy. Wiggly, man, I was feeling the music, dude. I was big into the music. This is by the Planet of the Bass guy. Is it that one that was like Feet Stool Sample? It sure is. It was so fucking. I remember somebody requested that yesterday. It was so. It felt so familiar to me. And then I realized, oh, it's the Kyle Gordon guy. But I was like, I feel like I've never listened to this song and I've listened to it so many times, I'm not really a big new metal guy. And by that I mean I like new metal, but like on the down low. I think he found his calling in genre parodying. He's very good at it. He's very, very good at it. It's crazy because like you listen to his music and it's something that he's just made, but you're like, I've definitely had this before. Like it's like as if you went to a restaurant and like you have this meal put in front of you and you take a bite and you're like, I've definitely chewed this food before, but it's unchewed. It's like right there. Hold on. A band that I like just posted on Instagram. I'm checking. Oh, never mind. Ratatouille scene. It's true. That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. It feels like Ratatouille scene. Tomorrow, I'm seeing all three Blue's Clues hosts and the actress who plays April in the 90 TMT movie. TMNT movie. Is that at a convention? What convention are you going to? Oh, I'm gonna switch to art. So fucking stupid. Suck the dick. Awesome con. Mm. It really just sounds like it belongs in the Atlas stream rotation. It really does. It's so unfortunate, but it really does. My friends are planning to go to Fan Expo 2025. Where is Fan Expo? I think my friend has gone to Fan Expo before. Oh, I got a new. I started drawing with a new. I want to see you dabble on Tasky. Wait, you want me to draw Tasky? Oops. She has a really interesting design, Tasky. Whom is Tasky? Tasky is she's this one from Ina. Picture for ants. I really like her to the point that I made her voice is so Raven. It's so Ravencore to me. Who's my favorite non-Ina character from BBQ? Probably Tasky Maiden or Coral Glasses. I like the dolphin as well. I can't remember his name at this moment. Is Coral Glasses the one with the printer or fax head? Yeah. Birds of a feather, you and me. Na, 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 na. I got the cars and stumbling out of bars and feeling you through the dark, can't get enough. Medicine in my vein, the tattoo inside my brain. Maybe I know it's obvious. I'm a sucker for you. Say the world and I'll do anything blindly for you. For all the subliminal things I don't know about you. Now you're making the typical me break my typical rules. It's true, I'm a sucker for you. I remember when this song was fucking unavoidable on the radio. You guys, I forgot to tell you, I remember that I was talking about slightly changing Raven's design, and I realized that I didn't really want to. I still wanted to give her that like robot thing, so I did change her design slightly, and it's such a small irrelevant change that nobody will fucking notice. I just took away her belly button. I just took away her belly button. I think I'm also gonna give her a seam that runs through the side. So like if you see her from the side, she'll have this, and like this is her arm. She'll have this like seam that goes through here that's very small and thin. So you could actually like grab it and open it or pop it off or whatever. But it's something that you can't see from the front. So I'm like, okay, I don't have to completely destroy her design trying to find a way to make her look kind of weird. I think really the only thing that she needs is to not have that one thing to make people kind of be like, what the fuck is missing from this equation? Does she have a set of abs that she can slap on whenever she feels like it? No. The music is not loud enough. That's in Korean, and I don't speak Korean. something's different, but I can't figure it out. That'd be funny. Well, if you're not in this chat, then you won't know. No, I haven't heard that yet. I haven't watched anything arcane related since I had fucking finished it. Because I really didn't like how it ended. I hate you, Lisa. Ending kind of took the wind out of the sails. Yeah, I like the characters still, or at least I like Jinx and Echo, but like I don't give a shit about anybody else, and I just haven't interacted with anything since. I hate you, Lisa. Everyone else has some pits, yeah. I think the one that suffered the most was Vi. I think Vi was given the worst ending out of everybody. Yeah, I heard the same thing. They got bored of her, and I'm like, what? This is so fucking lame. Oh yeah, I saw that Evanescence made a fucking song for Devil May Cry. So bizarre. If you think she's boring, then I don't know, write her interesting. You have the power. It's in your hand. Exactly. You're the fucking writers. Have I heard her cover of The Chain? No. Ugh. The end of life. Oh my god, this character is very cool, but very difficult to parse. She doesn't have hands, she has paws. You take an art request for later? Maybe. What is it? Ooh, Goth Hendrix? Okay, I can do that. There's an AU version of Hendrix that wears all that gothy stuff anyway. Sometimes I draw her with corpse paint. What do you guys think? Should I give Tasky a boob or not? Why not? I don't know. She doesn't have them. Maybe a little wouldn't hurt. Artistic interpretation, do as you wish. Dude, I had this friend that used to fucking absolutely hate whenever I gave my characters boobs. They got hurt. They heard boobs and got scared. It's true. I probably should stop caring, but I love making fun of people that I hate. I gotta be real. Ugh. It's all it takes. Great Tasky, thank you. I'm trying my best right now. This is a very unique design. It's very difficult for me to draw. This way. She's supposed to be like a cat, right? I think. Is he about to hit him with the high note? As far as humans go, I am a hard pill to swallow. I'm not your intended dose. Low, 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 low. Ten years in a chemical haze, and I wish the way that I felt nothing, nothing, na 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 na, nothing, nothing, na 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 na. Grew up in the war of the Ramones are dead. Sorry, Tasky. I love drawing boobies, so I'm giving you some. Ten years. Nothing. Nothing. Na 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 na. Nothing. Na 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 na. How you guys doing, chat? We still in there? Still hanging in there? Thank you. I guess that's where my answer is. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. Enjoy your sleep. I deserve what's coming. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm trying to think of something else to talk about. My brain is blank. How about you guys? You want to talk about anything? Deserve. Oh. What do I think of the Dream BBQ character designs? I think that they're very good. I cannot imagine anybody else coming up with them except for the people that work on that fucking the people that work on that goddamn game. I think Joel G is really good when it comes to very abstracted, very strange character design. And it makes these characters very difficult for me to parse and draw. But they're very interesting looking, and I think that he's a absolutely genius character designer. I want 100 more hours of Nunky Jong dialogue. Dude, that shit was so fucking funny. Got a favorite character? Ina. Other than Ina, probably Tasky Maiden or Coral Glasses. Or Findal. It was funny kicking a rock across the map. Holy fucking shit. Shut up. I'm gonna kill you. Monkey Jung made a timepiece out of wolf fabric today. Felt watch. Also, I love how Joel G can make such a thing, something like Tasky Maiden or Ina, especially since Ina has like a male voice. And then he'll be like, that's a chick, by the way. I'm like, fuck yes. You're so correct. He's like the king of making chicks that are just guys. You know what I mean? Because if I had to describe myself, I would describe myself as a chick who is a dude. Uh-oh. Gorillas. Oh, gorillas, my conflicted. I wish I was a woman voiced by Alex Lee. I wish that I was voiced by Alex Lee as well. What do you want to go to a show? What? Oh, you mean for gorillas? Well, I'm just conflicted when it comes to gorillas these days because I don't really feel like they have the same oomph that they used to. I don't really think that I would go and watch a gorillas concert in 2020, whatever. Maybe 10 years ago, I would have been more interested because I liked their style 10 years ago. And like, some part of me is like, well, obviously they're going to be different and they're going to feel different after 10 years. But a lot of bands that I like have managed to keep their relevancy rolling with the times. And even if they don't, at the very least, their old stuff is still good. But for gorillas, it feels like, and I've said this before already, but you know, whatever. It feels like they kind of just became everything that they would criticize. Especially in their earlier albums where they're like criticizing capitalism and consumerism more than anything else. And now they had that whole thing that, I mean, like they didn't end up doing the NFTs, but they had that whole thing with the NFTs and I don't know. I don't know. I also just don't like what they did with the characters. I think the characters are terrible. I like the idea of characters aging in real time, but it just makes certain decisions that they do kind of strange. Like I think it's weird that they make 2D into such a baby, even though like as per the timeline, he's like 40. Oh, hi, Johnny Cash. I'm listening to Avery's playlist right now. I added this to his playlist a little while ago. It kind of sticks out with everything else, but I like it. I like it for him. Also, welcome in Tomothy Timbo. You gave her shark teeth? I think that she should have some sharp teeth. Did her makeup a little bit. I wonder what these little thingies on the end of her dress are. Okay, let me do these little flag things first. Oh, wow. If you love me, let me go. If you love me, let me go. 'Cause these words are knives that often leave scars. The fear of falling apart. I never was yours. The fear of falling apart. Oh, oh, oh. This is gospel for the vagabonds, ne'er-do-wells, and insufferable bastards. Their apostasies led away by imperfect impostors. Oh, 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 oh. Don't try to sleep through the end of the world and bury me alive. Won't give up without a fight. If you love me, let me go. If you love me, let me go. Oh, 'cause these words are knives that often leave scars. Falling apart, truth be told, I never was yours. The fear of falling apart. There's an ant on my desk. Oh, oh, oh. Give her a little eyebrow as well. It looks cute. Couple nights of toss and turn and strangest dreams I've never been. Is that a Joel G character? It sure is. Cry FTX, thanks for the follow. I've been in the dark on the new Ina hype. You should totally play it. It is free. And if you don't have a computer, watch somebody play it. I like how I drew them here, where they're kind of like pigtails almost. I remember getting stoked about it because Senor Pelo is in it. He is in it, but it's like a small role. It's also an Easter egg. Unless that character is going to be more relevant later. I don't know. It's true. I did do a lot of the secrets. I still need to publish the VOD on YouTube. Ordinary Mary, Mary's Ordinary Joe, Ordinary Scary, Ordinary Blows. I've heard of her. She's very cool and made of paper. Well, she is made of paper. That part, at least, is true. It's a gas mask. It's a gas mask. Another shooting in a supermarket. I spent my money on a bloody soft target. And I'm lighting Colorado. And I'm gonna win the lotto. Best of luck and blessings. We're all together and we're living in the 20s. In another era. My condolences. Ain't that a kick in the head? I have not been feeling cool as of late. I got a buzz like a murder hornet. I turn my media and turn it into vomit. I got a robot and I'm fucking it senseless. And only speaks in English. And blessings. And we're living in the 20s. My condolences. Ain't that a kick in the head? Oh yeah, one of the devs did come in to talk while I was playing. I'd be eager to see the VOD. Let me see if it's on YouTube. I don't remember if I posted it or not. I don't think I put it on YouTube, but I can publish it now. It's a very long VOD, though. I got kind of addicted. I am not gonna lie. Oh my god, I have 11,666 followers. Let's go. Okay. Okay. There, I will publish it. It should be online eventually. Unless I didn't just do that. I think I just went backwards. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm gonna wait till the email comes in. If the email doesn't come in, then I won't do it again. Try again. I pressed the back button on accident. I have to pee. Okay, BRB.
Penis.
Thanks, dude. How did I fucking know that it was JV? Isn't Twitch adding a limit to how much archived VOD time you can have on your channel? No, they're adding a limit to how long ew. They're adding a limit to how many highlights you can keep on your channel. Even if it's the other way around, I don't really care. I don't understand why people give a shit. Well, I guess I do kind of understand why people give a shit, but just like start posting onto YouTube, I guess. I don't know. It's just Twitch trying to nudge people to re-upload somewhere else even more. I don't understand why people don't just do that in the first place. It's literally the easiest thing. It's for highlights too. That's not for anything else. Oh, it went through. Okay. My beautiful friends. Dogs eating dogs, dogs eating dogs, dogs eating dogs. Dogs eating dogs, dogs eating dogs, dogs eating dogs. In a very sad set of eyes. To the factory line. I am numb to the shot. I have a crippling fear of heights. Like a symphony of cries. Yeah, I don't understand why people just leave their highlights in Twitch. The only reason that I make any highlights in Twitch is to take them out of Twitch and put them into, like, Twitter or something. Even then, just put them in, like, fucking Google Drive or something. I don't know, man. I don't know why people just leave them there. I've only used 1% of my storage. But also, I'm a stupid bitch, and I don't fucking know how to do this content creator thing, so, maybe I am in the wrong here. Who knows? And I get it, because most of the people who are doing shit like this do not have enough money to have people, like, go through and edit their entire fucking 6.5 hour pod of them talking about butts and boobs and whatever the fuck. But, I don't know. If that's the case, then just post to YouTube. I am numb to the shots. I have a crippling fear of heights. It doesn't even matter. We'll all be dust someday. That's how I feel whenever every time I hear any stupid fucking VTuber drama online, all I think is one day everybody involved will be dead. And I just move on. Everybody involved will be dead, and they will not remember that this happened. When they are dying of dysentery in 2027, they're not gonna think, oh, damn, I should have told Big Tits McGee that, it was problematic of her to ask me to not say slurs because it's how I stim. And then they'll just fucking die. 17 hours later, and I finally finished a full illustration. You got it, Grandpa. Good job. You got there. Big Tits McGee would probably be etched into the historical stones of VTubing slop history. Yep, right next to famous people such as Chontron. The Worm Draws. Hey man, thanks for the follow. What's up? JonTron is a VTuber. Could you fucking imagine? Aaron Hansen VTuber. I think people are too mean to Aaron, but I think that Aaron is too sensitive about shit that happens online. I watched a video recently, I think it was by June the King, about some of the Game Grumps drama within the past couple of years, but it just made me realize that wow, absolutely none of this is going to matter when anybody here dies. Hello, I clicked because I love your model. Hey, thanks. He dislikes Devil May Cry. I've never even played Devil May Cry. One thing that always strikes me as funny when it comes to Aaron is how people laugh at him for getting replaced as the Sega ambassador, even though he got replaced by a fucking VTuber. Like, no fucking shit. Obviously, some part of it is how many people would complain because they fucking hate him. But, like, it's a fucking VTuber. Who do you think is going to be more profitable? A grown man who half of the internet hates? Or a VTuber whose everything that she says is regulated heavily through her company? Ugh. Spilled monster on my mouth. He got no diff by Funky Dog Girl. There is literally no world where I would rather have a grown man as a spokesperson for a company or for anything, honestly, over an anime girl. I don't give a shit if it's fucking Ford trucks or fucking Oscar Mayer hot dogs. If they put an anime girl in front of me, I will greatly prefer that to a random human person. I'm not going to say it's going to make me buy anything. I'm not going to buy Burger King just because the king turns into a anime girl. But I am sure going to look at it and be like, at least it's sexy. About Reggie from Nintendo. Reggie doesn't even work at Nintendo anymore. Eagerly waiting for Costco VTuber promoting Costco hot dogs. I don't like Costco hot dog. I like Costco pizza, but even then I can't finish it. Costco food is too big. I haven't eaten at Costco since I was in college. I didn't even live in the dorms in college. At least it's sexy was my mom's reaction to the Gamersups Junie t-shirt. Costco food is like a regular show food where if you're too weak, it kills you by blowing you up. I do feel like the excellent omelet from regular show is something that would have been created by the minds over at Costco. I love your YouTube banner. Is it by Discount Villain? It is indeed. I have the credit for that in the description or in the panels here. Down below, I think. If you scroll down, I think. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at it in a while. If I don't, I'll add it, but I think that I do. Famous YouTuber, Atlas Anarchy. That'll be the day. You guys overestimate my reach. In the grand scheme of things, I am completely irrelevant. One day Toho will let me draw Godzilla one day. I believe in you, man. I truly do. 3 weeks from today, you're on the front page of Twitch. Yep, I applied to do that. Imagine needing relevancy as a vital necessity. Well, yeah, I'm a content creator. It's being a professional attention whore. The only way that people make themselves slightly relevant is to start drama. I would rather eat broken glass than do vtuber bullshit. That's one of the things that I hate the most about this specific like niche of the internet is how people will they prioritize being a character over being like a person. And so they'll have opinions on like, oh damn, this bitch scammed such and such out of $3 and this bitch resold a model that whoever the fuck bought and repurposed for $6 billion and she's selling it for $7 billion, whatever. But if you ask them, hey, can you talk about something that actually matters to you or is important to the grand scheme of things, they'll be like, what? I'm a wholesome anime girl. Why would you want me to talk about what's going on in the world? Breaking. Paper VTuber wants your kids to eat glass. That'll be the title of the YouTube video for this. When I post the VOD, it'll be Paper VTuber wants your kids to eat glass. I don't know. I like looking at drama and complaining about it with my friends, and I'm like, oh my god, this bitch is so stupid, right? But I'm never gonna try and make... I don't want to try and make a fucking official kind of... Well, I don't want to say official stance, but like, I just, every time something like that shit happens, I'm just like, who cares? Who cares? Who fucking cares? You don't want to be Moist Critical? Damn, it saddens me greatly that Moist Critical doesn't do his stupid little playthroughs anymore. I loved listening to Charlie talk about whatever the fuck while playing whatever the fuck in the background. I always thought that that was so fun. Pinnacle of like old YouTube there, but like, I don't know, everybody's got to change with the times, I guess. I don't know. I feel like there's a certain amount of realism that people have lost over the years. Not even just like YouTubers, but just like, I mean, not even just VTubers, but anybody who creates content on YouTube in general, just anybody who makes this kind of shit. I feel like people are so averse to stirring the pot, but they'll stir the pot in like really stupid ways. They're like, oh, I don't want to lose the right wing portion of my audience because, you know, we can all have different opinions. You know, not everything. I'm not a political person. I'm not a political streamer, whatever the fuck. And some people's entire lives, just by virtue of being a fucking certain race or a certain gender or a certain fucking orientation, their existence is inherently political. And to stay silent on something like that, it's like, yeah, no, I don't care. Yeah, no, I have the ability to stay as far away from this as possible because it doesn't affect me, because I have too much money for it to affect me. I don't know. I just, the state of things lately has made me very bitter about practically everything that's going on. It's like, why would you feel sad about losing a portion of your audience that you don't agree with? To me, it's just like, awesome, the trash takes itself out. That way I don't have to deal with it myself. It's like, oh no, we lost however many because we had fucking Hassan Abi on our stupid fucking podcast. So we're never going to have him back on. And not that I even like Hassan in any way, shape, or form, but like, which portion is the portion that you lost? Because I think it's a portion you can do without. I just wish that people approached VTubing with a little bit more. I not even just VTubing. I wish that people approach content creation and making stuff in this specific space with the realism that they used to. I know that, like, obviously we're never going to be able to get back to the kind of people that we were, the kind of social space that we were in back when everything first started out. But I feel like people just need to be a little bit more confident with the kind of person that they are, so they can attract an audience that allows them to be happy with that audience. I don't know. And I talk about this all the time, and I'm pretty sure people are getting tired of me talking about it. But, you know, with a lot of shit's on my mind right now. A lot of shit is on my mind right now. There's a lot of shit going on, and people are very scared. And I don't want people to think that I'm ignoring it or plugging my ears and looking away. Because, you know, I'm right in there with you guys. Right there in the fucking KSI thick of it, like everybody else. But people are so obsessed with being considered a safe space, they don't realize that being a safe space can also mean telling your audience, it's okay. It's okay to have thoughts. It's okay to have feelings. It's okay to be afraid. Shit like that. I don't know. The thing is, like, if you regard people as escape from, you regard like content creators as an escape from the political sphere of whatever, I understand in some way, because like an anime girl talking about politics doesn't really make sense. But to try and pretend or try to create a space where your existence is entirely apolitical when most VTubers are fucking are women or are gay or are whatever, and then are like, I don't want to talk about politics because it is not fun. I just wish people were more upfront with who they were, you know? I wish people were more upfront with the kind of person that they are. So you're a little bit more comfortable knowing who you want to interact with and who you don't want to interact with. In a sense, I get it because you don't want a community of yours to start going at each other's throats. It's true. I do get it. I do get that some people are just worried about their community being very, very split. But I don't know. There's no easy answer for it. My only thing is, I don't think the answer for it is to just ignore it like it's not happening. You know? Holy Hololive Batman. Dude, the Hololive fandom scares me so much. People are kind of terrifying. I remember I saw a meme a long time ago made by one of the Hololive fucking fans, and it's like, there's like commenting on like a drama that had been going on with like Nichi Sanji or Bishojo or something, and it's like, Hololive is once again proving that the best way for women to be in this space is to be in a company that controls all of what they say and do, and people like believe that completely unironically. It's very scary. It's very like, okay. I don't know. Part of it is also because I didn't want to become a content creator to get famous. I just wanted a point that I could start where I draw and people come and they watch and they talk to me, and I think that that's fun. Just something that I started doing because I wanted to draw and I wanted to interact with people as I drew. And it blew up a little bit more than I thought that it was going to, because I never thought that I would ever be at the level that I am right now. I'm not where I want to be. I'm not where a lot of my like friends are. I don't know if I ever will be, but I'm a lot further than I ever thought that I was going to be. So that's accounting for something, I guess. I would say it's comforting. It's also just bizarre. I've never been in a space where I speak and I think people care. There's never been a point in my life where I have spoken and thought that people give a shit about what I'm saying. But in streaming, there kind of is no point for people to be here if they don't give a shit. I remember when I was a kid, I would ask my parents and I would ask my teachers and stuff, because I was somebody that talked a lot. I'd like, am I being annoying? Am I being annoying? I would ask people all the time. I'd ask my babysitters, I'd ask my teachers, I'd ask my parents. I'd be like, am I annoying? Am I annoying you? And it's not even, I wasn't even doing it when I was being annoying. It was just like I was talking and I wasn't getting a response. And I'm like, am I being annoying? And sometimes I would get a, no, it's fine. And then sometimes I'd get a, yeah. And then I would just shut the fuck up. And I just learned from a certain point where it's like, I just learned from a certain point in my life where that nobody gives a shit about what I'm saying. And now it's very different. Who am I drawing? This is Tasky Maiden from Ina from Dream BBQ. And it's just very interesting because there are people that aren't my friends that listen to what I have to say and care or remember or whatever. Hello again, Octo. And I'm not used to that. I'm not used to the idea that I have the community or the idea that I have friends or whatever the fuck. I just inherently not a very social person, inherently not a very good person. So when I think about all that stuff, it's very surprising. And like I said, I'm not where I want to be. I want to be somewhere better just because I know that I can. But I don't know what that looks like. I don't know how to get there. And, but it doesn't really matter. We're having a sad conversation. It's not a sad conversation. I'm just talking. I'm just talking. Don't be so sadless. It's kind of difficult for me, man. I am a bad, mean, cruel person. And I have no talent. Yeah, it's just very bizarre. I was like, for the longest time when I was, don't tell anybody, but for the longest time, I was like, dude, what if I genuinely thought for a long time, this is gonna be kind of strange to say, but I genuinely thought for the longest time that I was just gonna kill myself when I turned 30. And now, like, I'm like, well, maybe there is something beyond 30. The humble 31. I drew the Anarchina Atlas art because I like seeing your art. Oh, that was you. Thank you. I know Tasky doesn't have an eyebrow, but I want to give her one anyway. I really like this. I really like this brush. I just started using it today. Anyway, but yeah, I hope that I get to a point that I am happy with the content creation shit. As of right now, I'm just kind of like, shit. I hope that people continue to care. There's something else that I worry about. I'm like, what if one day I wake up and nobody gives a shit? You know? It's like suddenly everything is gone. Fago Orange, welcome in. Thanks so much for the follow. Shit. People aren't watching. Does it change how much your thoughts matter? Maybe. I've never thought that they mattered. Maybe they do. This is also something that I like fucking. It's another reason that I absolutely fucking hate the way that this culture has started to like gravitate towards absolutely adoring girl fails. And I mean girl fails and like when like a fucking completely mentally sound woman is like, oh my god, I didn't take a shower today. Oh my god, I'm so girl fail. Like, bitch, I'm gonna backhand you. I swear to God. I'm gonna make it look like a bloody accident. Shit tweaks me out so fucking much, dude. I don't know why it makes me so mad either. I just like, I can't stand it when people try to quirkify like something that I have to go through on the daily. It's like, aren't I quirky? Aren't I like just completely ugly? And then it's like a picture of the hottest chick you've ever fucking seen in her underwear. Oh, makes me so mad. The ones who died without a name. Gold, faith, and misery. The company lost the war today. I beg to dream and differ from the hollow lies. It's just the dawning of the rest of our lives on holiday. The hollow live. That's what I hear every time I listen to this song. I hear him say hollow live. It's the romanticizing and commercializing human rot. Yeah. And another amen. There's a flag wrapped around the score of men. The plastic bag on the monument. I beg to dream and differ from the hollow lies. It's just the dawning of the rest of our lives on holiday. Thank you, Worm. Anyway, I didn't mean to get all mental illness on you guys. Apologize for that. Sorry, Octo. Sorry, everyone. I've got problems. I've got problems. It's true. Bombs away is your punishment. Eiffel Towers criticize your government. Don't agree. Setting fire. Meant for me. Just cause. Just cause, because we're outlaws, yeah. From the hollow lies. It's just the dawning of the rest of our lives. I beg to dream and differ from the hollow lies. It's just the dawning of the rest of our lives. This is our lives on holiday. Bing, 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 bing. This Tasky came out really cute, actually. I didn't expect her to come out so cute. the only one that I had ever known. But it's only me and I broke the road. I walked to Burger King, then I walked back home from Burger King. And I walk alone. Her name is Tasky Maiden. That. Ah, 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 ah,
Ooh, here's a cute art.
Thank you. Thank you, A Baphomet, for the 12 months. Jesus Christ, that's a whole year, dude. That's crazy. So you guys have been here for a full year now. Holy shit. Read between the lines, what's fucked up and everything's alright. Check my vital signs, no, I'm still alive and I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk alone. I walk alone and I walk me when I am Pac-Man. Heart's the only thing that's beating. I wish someone out there will find me. Till then, I walk alone. Ah, 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 mm. I walk. It's fucking dumb. Either way, I'm glad that even though I am sad and boring sometimes, that there are still people that stick around and listen. It feels good to know that there are at least a handful of people that enjoy what I manage to put out. And sometimes I get really like down on myself, and then other times I'm like, I have a job. I have a job. I'm not like other VTubers. I have a job. Well, I can guarantee you there are other VTubers with jobs. I know that. What I'm saying is that people who do this stuff full time have a lot more time that they can sink into it. Never deny yourself, live in the space is my thesis. I know you need this. I know you need this. I'm prone to run out of pieces that might connect to something bigger. I walked up and then I paused. What the fuck do you do this for? Memories of a past life. Can it be? This is our time. Can it be? This is our time. Come on. Clipping the VOD for content is good, but it also takes a very long time. And also, I have my editor busy with some other things. I know you need this. I know you need this. I'm prone to run out. If my purpose here wasn't to speak. Can it be? This is our time. Can it be? This is our time. Come on. Get them drunk on rose water. See how dirty I can get their flipping out that fashion kiss. Clip their tiny wings. Anything you say can and will be held against you. It will be held against you. Anything you say can and will be held against you. If heaven's wrath brings hell's rain, then I'll straight all my tomorrows for just one yesterday. Just one yesterday. I want to teach you a lesson in the worst kind of way. Still, I trade all my tomorrows for just one yesterday. For just one yesterday. One yesterday. Letting people down is my thing, baby. This town ain't big enough for two of us. I don't have the right name or the right looks. I've got twice the heart. My bad. I was checking my socials. I have the attention span of a rat. Good boy, dummy. Thanks for the follow. I wanna teach you a lesson. Still, I trade all my tomorrows for just one yesterday. For just one yesterday. For just one yesterday. Spill my guts. Never look at you the same way. And now I'm here. Give you all my life. So I can watch your face as I trade it all away, 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 yeah. Thank you. Just one yesterday. I want to teach you a lesson, and in the worst kind of way. Still, I trade all my tomorrows for just one yesterday. For just one yesterday. For just one yesterday. Oh, 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 oh no. This is the beginning of the song. I'm hearing voices, animal noises, the creme de la creme, the feminine abyss, and I'm reaching my threshold, staring at the truth till I'm blind. My body's stupid, stereo cupid, into raw sewage, staring at a threshold, staring at the truth till I'm blind. Such a good album, true. So one of the only Fall Out Boy albums I've listened to through completely. Reaching my threshold. Get a stomach ache at work. That sucks. Staring at the truth till I'm blind. Did I ever watch the Scott Pilgrim anime? I did. Way back when it came out. I really love Scott Pilgrim. I think honestly the only thing that I haven't like gone through with Scott Pilgrim is actually the comics themselves, which is funny since that's where it started. Comics are actually the only thing I've seen. The movie, I love the movie. It's so fucking funny, but I don't really think that if you really like the comics, then the movie is like super inaccurate from what I've heard. Just one of those days. Everything is fucked. Everybody sucks. Ripping someone's head off. Motherfucker, it's just one of those days. It's all about the he said, she said bullshit. Making shit slip. Will you be leaving with a fat lip? She said bullshit. Well, I think the thing with the movie is that it's a lot more comedic than the comics. Since the movies are just the one and the comics are about like the whole fucking thing. Don't know if this is supposed to be hair or not, so I'm just gonna shade it normal. to want me like I want you. I need you the way I do. 'Cause I says that the truth is I'm just gotcha disease. That you don't care. Want you to want me like I want you. I wish you could feel the way I do. 'Cause I says that the truth is I'm just whoops. Oops. Why are you doing that? Even though I suppose I'll show cool and cold like old Joe. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. And someone will say what is lost can never be saved. Inside all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. But can you fake it for just one more show? And what do I get? I wanna change. Feel the same. Even though I know, I suppose I'll show all my cool and cold like old Joe. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. And someone will say what is lost can never be saved. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a... Only one. Tell me there's no other one. Jesus was an only son, yeah. I'm the chosen one. Was an only son for you. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. Despite all my rage, I am still just a rat in a cage. And some will say what is lost can never be saved. All right, well, that'll do for now. Do I know the warning? No. Twitter, please let me compose a post. Thank you. Doesn't need a job if you marry her? True. Just again, I'm awoken by my daughter. Na-na-na-na-na. Oops. Okay. There's that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh. And there is the one on Blue Sky. A version of the Minecraft movie leaked that has unfinished CGI. I did see that. What a bizarre thing to happen. She did turn out cute, didn't she? Oh, these are all my other shit that I didn't finish. Let me ping the Discord as well. It's true. Good time when I'm with you. When I'm with you. You. All right. Close all the fucking million bullshit things I have open. Okay, and then the other thing that people wanted me to draw was Hendrix as a goth bitch, which I can do. That's an old Cindy thing. Oh, well, not old, it's from yesterday. Good time when I'm with you. When I'm with you. When I'm with you. When I'm with you. Oh, that was me. That was me drawing Raven. Control of what I do. When I'm with you. When I'm with you. When I'm with you. When I'm with you. Hold on. I'm using this Raven as a buffer. Darkness fades in, 'cause it's all I've ever known. Tired of these cuts not healing, 'cause it's all I've ever known. Did you draw your Sona in the Fred Durst pose? I don't think I've done that yet, but that is definitely sounds like something I would do. Hey, best friend, let's widen those thighs a bit. There you go. Okay, so we're gonna draw Hendrix in this like goth mommy look. I gotta look up some inspo. The darkness bleeds in, 'cause it's all I've ever known. Fine with all these cuts not healing, 'cause it's all I've ever known. the flood. The 21st Hourglass, thanks for the follow. Sorry, I'm looking for poses to draw her in. Don't looking. It's not even, I haven't even finished anything yet.
Boobies.
Boobies. Oh my God, I thought my parents were upstairs after I said that. Peanut butter, welcome in. Welcome in. Hello, Raiders. My name is Atlas Anarchy, and I'm drawing a titty or two. Hope that you guys had a lovely stream. What were you up to? Oop, upside down. We just now finished some fan art for an Ina thing, and now we are drawing my OCs. This is what we just finished, actually. Life I had would make a good man turn bad. So please, 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 let me get what I want this time. would be the first time. Lord knows it would be the first time. Okay, bye. You call those cigarette extenders goths exclusively use? I know there's a name for it. I have no clue. I can only think of like the cigarette holder, like Cruella de Vil. How's art today? It's arting. You know, we're here. This impossible year, only black days and sky grays and clouds full of fear and storms full of sorrow that won't disappear. Typhoons and monsoons, this impossible year. There's no good times, This impossible year, just a beachfront of bad blood and a coast that's unclear. All the guests at the party, they're so insincere. They just intrude and extrude this impossible year. There's no good times this impossible year. Just a heartache and heartbreak and gin made of tears. The bitter pill I swallow, this scar souvenir. The tattoo, your last bruise, this impossible year. There's never air to breathe, there's never in-betweens. These nightmares always hang on past the dream. Da da da. Da, 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 da. There's no sunshine. There's no you and me. Sorry, I'm just looking for cute outfits. Are you dancing and moving away from the mic while singing, or does the mic just not pick up higher notes? The mic just doesn't pick up higher notes. It has to be a little bit further back so I can see my tablet over top. I can't project my voice while I'm singing. Like if I'm doing a high note, then... Wait, we already listened to this fucking song. And that one. Okay, what do you think for her hair? Do you guys want, like, typical Hendrix hair, which is the ponytail? Do you want, like, goth hair over her eyes? Well, here's the thing. Do you want to see her eyes, or is it, like, sexy if her eyes are closed, too? Or her eyes are covered, I mean. Summer's on its deathbed. My only thing is if I have both eyes covered, it might be kind of difficult to tell it's Hendrix. Hold on, let's try a couple different ones. So her usual hairstyle is hair over the eye. You got some kind of something here. And then we have this like really long ponytail. I don't think it really works with this one. Slicked back long hair. Okay, that is the slick back kind of look. We can also give her like a spiked hair thing here. It's like her hair is in a ponytail, but also slick back. And then could add kind of a lip bite to this one. I'll do that better later. Could give her the messy look. Could also give her like kind of straight hair. She got crumpled hair. I don't really like that though. We don't need no water, let the motherfucker burn. Burn, motherfucker, burn. My name is Jimmy Pop and I'm a dumb white guy. I'm not old or new, but middle school, 5th grade, like junior high. I don't know mofo if y'all peeps be bugging, giving props for my hoe cause she fly, but I can take the heat cause I'm the other white meat known as Kid Funky Fried. I'm hung like planet Pluto, hard to see with a naked eye, but if I crashed into Uranus, I would stick it where the sun don't shine, cause I'm kind of like Han Solo, always stroking my own Wookiee. I'm the root of all that's evil, yeah, you can call me Cookie. The roof is on fire. The roof is on fire. The roof the roof is on fire. We don't need no water, let the motherfucker burn. Burn, motherfucker, burn. I don't know. What are you guys thinking? Should I keep trying, or one of these still nice? This hardcore ghetto gangster image takes a lot of practice. I'm not black like Barry White. No, I am white like Frank Black is. Then that must make me 7. This honky's gone to heaven, but if I go to hell, well then I hope I burn well. I'll spend my day with JFK, Marvin Gaye, Martha Ray, and Lawrence Welkin, Kurt Cobain, Kojak, Mark Twain, and Jimi Hendrix, Poltergeist, and Webster, yeah, Emmanuel Lewis, 'cause he's the Antichrist. The roof is on fire. The roof is on fire. The roof is on fire. We don't need no water, let the motherfucker burn. Burn, motherfucker, burn. I think that I'm gonna have to keep the one where she's winking because it's the only one that looks like Hendrix. I need to be able to include her glasses somehow. Having your baby, it's none of your business. I'm having your baby, it's none of your business. Baby, business. Baby, but it's none of your, it's none of your. Crazy. Having your baby, it's none of your business. I'm having your baby, but it's none of your business. Baby, it's none of your business. Baby, but it's none of your, none of your. I saw your Amy Rose Iron Mouse art featured on her stream. Hell yeah. I'm a frequent flyer of Iron Mouse, so I haven't watched her streams in a while. I've been so busy. This is going to be one of those ones that I have to draw several times. I can already feel it. Could you be a teenage idol? Could you be a movie star? When I turn on my TV, will you smile and wave at me, telling Oprah who you are? So you wanna be a rock star? in your bed. Oh, remember when you're rich that you sold yourself for this. You'll be famous 'cause you're dead. Don't go higher for desire. Put it in your head, baby. Hollywood is dead. You can find it in yourself. I don't want to take you dancing when you're dancing with the world. You can flash your caviar and your $1,000,000 car. I don't need that kind of girl. But could you be the next sensation? Will you set the latest style? You don't need a catchy song. Kids will sing along if you sell it with a smile. Don't go higher. Desire. Put it in your hand, baby. Hollywood is dead. You can find it in yourself. Don't go higher for desire. Put it in your hand, baby. Hollywood is dead. You can find it in yourself. Na 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 na, keep it in your head. Hollywood is dead. Well, you can do the mighty tango. You can start your little band. Can swing from vine to vine while the kiddies wait in line. Money in their hands. But if you get to California, save a piece of gold for me. If it's the only thing you save, then I'll bet you never wave when I watch you on TV. Higher for desire. Put it in your head, baby. Hollywood is dead. You can find it in yourself. Don't go higher for desire. Put it in your head, baby. Hollywood is dead. You can find it in yourself. Loving what is true, and the world will come to you. Can find it in yourself. Love what is true, and the world will come to you. You can find it in yourself. No, 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 no. Hollywood is dead. Hollywood is dead. Hollywood is dead, babe, babe. Keep on loving what is true, and the world will come to you. Hollywood is dead. Get it in your head. Hollywood is dead. Yeah, what kind of pie? I like blueberry pie. Not really much of a pie person otherwise. Oh, oh, oh. You better run. You better, you better, you better, you better. Run away, baby, before I put my spell on you. Get away, darling, cause everything you heard is true. And up alone, cause I knows I'm a rolling stone. Run away, baby. There's a difference between apple pie and apple crisp pie, or crisp apple pie. Honey crisp apple pie. Oh, it's sweeter. I can do bad and you can do better. Spending all night getting lost together. And it might be over, but let me call you when I'm sober. You're a four-leaf clover, but let me call you when I'm sober. I know I messed up and it might be over, but let me call you when I'm sober. I'm a dandelion, you're a four-leaf clover. When I'm sober. When I'm sober. When I'm sober. Now that you got your tickets and beverages in hand, they look so tired, sound uninspired. Guitars are secondhand, 'cause no one likes an opening band. Nobody likes an opening band. Their set time's far too early, and I've never heard of them. And chances are they won't go far. Career is sure to end, 'cause no one likes an opening band. Oh, unfamiliar things will make us nervous, but singing here for you gives me a purpose. So take pity pity on the opening band, 'cause no one came to see them except their mom and dad. But if you lend an ear and give them just one little chance, you may just like the, you may just like the, you may just like the opening band. Sorry, this is gonna take a long time. I need to make this look good. It's what my queen deserves. Purple guy! Dude, purple guy looks so fertile. Oh, don't worry. It only became
it only became something so big because I wanted to make it this big. It's not like I'm doing anything else after this. I think that's what it was. I think that her torso is feeling too short. Throw it back in a circle, Hendrix. Come on. There you go. Ooh, that was my elbow. See if you can hear my other one. Oh, no, it didn't pick up on the mic. Now you may be wondering, Atlas, why are you turning her into Purple Guy? This is because I'm very excited for the new FNAF movie. No, but I'm drawing her like this so I can get an idea of where the muscles are. Because in the previous iterations, everything feels kind of not where I want it to be. And so when I do it like this, it's so I can justify, or I can kind of judge where what muscles are, basically. And how depth works. I like to make my women gorgeous. And I need them to be anatomically correct in order to do that, so. Yeah, I'm just figuring out how to have correct anatomy for the pose. Dude, the difference between my monitor and my tablet is like crazy. What about my other monitor? Damn. That's not good. I wonder why it does that. It's weird. I guess I have to fix my I have to fix my tablet settings. I'm not gonna go home alone. Where'd it go? Stylization is neat because you can just make shortcuts for anatomy struggles. I think that's what a lot of people believe, but in my humble opinion, in order to stylize correctly, you need to be able to understand anatomy. Otherwise, your stylization is just going to look like you don't know what you're doing. Did you get your monster today? I did. I drank my monster at the beginning of the stream. It's actually already empty. And my water is empty too. What?
Go get more water. Also more monster money. Smile.
Stardust, thanks for the 10. Okay, I will go get more water. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry, I had to check on my dog. Apparently, she took a tumble again. All right, well, back to it. How you guys doing, chat? Everything okay? Hanging in there? I know it's not the most exciting stream ever. Well, while I'm lucid, hold on. I'm gonna pay my brother for something real quick. Go, obvious blase. In the same way, same way, same way. Mm-hmm. 6 feet in my guilt, broken hinges in my casket. Now, I should all go up in flames. Bury the hatchet now. Go up in flames. Playing with matches, we knew this would happen now. Watch it all go up in flames. Now, watch it all go up in flames. And into the ceiling. Break it into kindling. Sorry, I'm doing something. Watch it all go up in flames. to the ceiling. Double in meaning. Let's break it into kindling. I'm all alone 'cause the TV is on, yeah. I'm not crazy 'cause I take the right pills every day and dressed in your conscience and time in your brain. Space side. Okay. Sorry about that. Otherwise, I would never have done it because it would take me forever. Hands are cold. Sugar on the asphalt, littering the topsoil. Oh, TV's on, yeah. I'm not crazy 'cause I get the right pills every day and dressed in your conscience. Thanks, Polaris. Hello. I am drawing one of my OCs. Bye. The different shades of purple are just so I can map out the anatomy of the character. It's not going to look like this when it's finished. Purple guy.
Boobies.
Yep. Yep.
Thanks, Val, for the 14 months. Jesus Christ.
back.
Sorry, I'm drinking.
savior.
Okay. This fuck ass body is fucking done. I just got to put clothes on top of it.
Hey, hey, I got a new memory.
Okay. I'll fix her lips later. I saw a Twitter post about boobs. Well, yep. Wait, I know. since we started. I leave the broken hearts this way every day. It's a waste, wanna play. How the fuck does this tasky look on my... I mean, it doesn't look that bad. I don't understand why the fucking purple has such a crazy shift from my tablet to the screen. Oh well. All right, what are we thinking? We thinking skirt? Do we want pants, shorts? I'm in our spring now, burning myself down, burning myself down, burning. Let me ride down the middle, ride down the middle, yeah. I don't have the guts to keep it together in the permafrost. Perrart. Thanks so much for the fucking raid. I mean, follow. Those dad pants that have 8 pockets? You mean cargo pants? For Stardust. Thought we had it all. Thought we had it all. Thank you very much, per art. Just want to know if Twitch is strict on nude art. Yeah, they don't usually let you draw nude art. The only reason that I'm not getting killed is technically this is just a doll body, I guess. But what do we think about a really high thigh slit? Are you a full-time streamer? Not really. I stream 3 days a week and I stream for very long hours, but beyond that, not really. Put this on a different layer so I can test out different things. You were my babe, you another life. To be a real go-getter. To think it'd all get better. For Stardust. Also, do we want a midriff? Like, do we want some of her belly sticking out? Or do we want it covered up? Midriff covered by netting. She has the netting up here. I don't want to duplicate it. For the record, the people that don't know who this character is, she doesn't usually look like this. She's my OC, and she typically looks like this. Oh, I still have Tasky open. probably are like part of the same set or something, so we can like. I love fat ladies. Well, Hendrix is chubby, but I love fat ladies. I usually have her eye covered, so I guess maybe today is the day that I finally fucking show you what's under it. Or maybe I'll have her wink. Whoa. Anonymous, thank you very much for the gifted subs. I appreciate that, dude. Probably make these fishnets smaller, like skinnier, or the holes skinnier. You know what I mean? These ones are going to be more narrow than the ones she has up top. Also, you guys want her mouth open or do you want it like closed? The open mouth or the lip bite? have to also add her dimple. Open? Okay. All right, well, let's try lining this shit for realsies. Okay. The purples are more blue on my it looks like she's doing some like funny thing with her head. The purples are more blue on my tablet. I don't know why they're so fucking neon here. Okay. Let's try this shit again. Now that we have a little bit better grasp on the intricacies of the muscles and shit. I slave away on this fucking drawing for hours, and this is the thanks I get. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna run downstairs and get something to eat. We'll take a quick break and then we'll continue in a little bit. Okay, what the hell? Why goth? There we go. Okay. Derby. I'm just scared of just wasting time. Do you think you have the right? Today it is Papa John's pizza. I missed some context. Why is she purple? In order to figure out the way that the anatomy works, sometimes I block in the colors instead of just drawing. This is me blocking in the colors. I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. Too busy blocking out the colors. She's purple because she killed a bunch of children.
Indeed, the woman behind the slaughter. Welcome in, Comey. Hmm. Should we have her stick her tongue out? I agree. Dude, her hair looks so nice. Is it always Little Caesars or Papa John's? Yeah, usually. Sometimes we go to Pizza Hut, but honestly, I'm not really a big fan of Pizza Hut. I like their pasta, but I don't know. Their pizza is really small and really, really greasy. Mm. Bread. What do you think our favorite food is? Souls of her enemies. I was gonna say she looks like her favorite food is the deep fried testicles of every man she's ever killed. What's up? Honey Cat, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Sorry, I'm eating pizza. I hope you had a lovely stream. What were you up to? OMG, are you a paper VTuber? Yes. The Raiders just missed the most insane thing I've ever heard this woman say. Yeah, Raiders, hello. My name is Atlas Anarchy, and the sentence that they are referring to is when I asked the chat what this woman that I've drawn here would eat. And then I proposed the idea that she looks like she eats the deep fried testicles of every man she's ever killed. Ooh, I love Munter Hunter. Munter Hunter fun. It's a very unique idea. I like it. Thank you. Hold on. Get a closer look. Look at my lines. My lines jiggle around. Well, they don't jiggle, but they do like boil. Like you see it on my choker. You can see it on my eye, on the inside of my mouth. Good for her. I agree. Thank you. Thank you very much. I also have a tattoo. Hold on. I have a tattoo right there. We have fun here. We do. Shut up, Colby. If you like what you see, you should follow me. Shit's so nice it fucking rice. Medi Spaghetti, thanks for that follow. Whoa! Jesus Christ. Beautiful, thank you for the 5 gifted. I appreciate that. We reached our daily goal! Yay! We did it! Clappy. Golf clappies. Polite clappy. Do you guys want to watch a video today? Or videos today while we draw? Or do you just want to keep listening to music? Which video? Well, it's Val's birthday, and Val has been asking us to watch the same fucking short video. I feel so 23-year-old French man in Spain after yesterday. What the fuck? Same birthday with Val? What the fuck? It's your birthday too? Happy birthday. I feel so 23-year-old French man in Spain after yesterday. I could probably find a video about that, actually. Or we could put a long Wendigoon iceberg video on. It's truly the most birthday month of the year. So true. One of my OC's birthday is later this month. I know it doesn't matter because he's not real. But he's real to me. I've been suggesting that Beast of Javaud, whatever that is, video because it's a very Atlas-coded cryptid. Okay. Bring it forth. Link it. We'll watch it. I will kill you last during the uprising. Just say thank you like a normal person. Oh, excuse me. Oh, God. Oh, my goodness. Oh, God. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lordy. Lordy, I'm 40. Okay. I'll use the auto-generated ones. Okay, let's watch the Beast of Javaud.
Guys, and welcome back to another installment of Trey the Explainer. This episode was supposed to be a spooky Halloween special, but as you can tell from the day in which you're watching this, yeah, that didn't work out. But anyways, we got a bit of a scary episode today, as in this installment of Cryptid Profile, we have among the biggest cryptological mysteries in history, the Beast of Gévaudan, the cryptid that kills. Yes, unlike most cryptids, which are simply spotted in the distance and run off into the woods, and don't seem to really bother humans that much, the Beast of G was said to have been responsible for not 1, not 10, not 20, but hundreds of deaths and many more injuries and attacks. An enormous amount of people are said to have seen this creature, and at the time, its existence was not doubted in the slightest. It even became such a problem that the French government itself took the problem so seriously that they ordered it to be hunted down and killed. Few cryptids or undiscovered creatures actually leave such a profound trace on the world, which makes the Beast of G especially perplexing and fascinating for cryptozoologists. And the story itself and the mass hysteria that a single creature caused is truly chilling. So sit back and hear the terrifying story of an elusive, bloodthirsty creature that terrorized the countryside of France unchallenged for years.
You're saying that this is an Atlas-coded thing? You're like, wow, this creature is so Atlas. And he's like, well,
Caused is truly chilling. So sit back and hear the terrifying story of an elusive, bloodthirsty creature that terrorized the countryside of France unchallenged for years.
I am not elusive. Well, maybe I'm a little elusive. I am not bloodthirsty, and I have not terrorized France yet. So I don't know why you say that this is just like me for real.
It was the early summer of 1764. What would later be called the 7 Years' War, fought between the Kingdom of Great Britain and the Kingdom of France, had recently ended, and with it, to the relief of the citizens of the French countryside, the large taxes the government had imposed during wartime.
How do you feel about biting people?
The end of the war likely
plead
meant
the
a
fifth.
return to normalcy for most French citizens. However, normalcy wouldn't be found for the inhabitants of Gévaudan and neighboring regions of France.
Aren't you being
For the
hunted
next
by the
3
French
years,
government?
the
I'm being
landscape would
hunted
be the
by your
stage
mom.
of what would be essentially a 16th century version of a 1980s slasher movie. It is said the terror began on June 30th, 1764. A 14-year-old girl was mysteriously found dead just outside her village in Gévaudan. She had been slaughtered while tending her sheep and cows in the hills. When villagers discovered her corpse, her heart had been savagely ripped out of her body and devoured by some kind of vicious creature. A month later, another 15-year-old girl was found grievously wounded and profusely bleeding. With her dying breath, she described her attacker as simply a horrible beast. Over the next several months of 1764, more attacks and more mysterious deaths, often involving partially eaten corpses, poured in, with the few survivors reporting their attacker had been a ravenous and ferocious large dog-like creature, which often aimed for the throat and would savagely tear apart its victims in a bloodlust frenzy. The victims were mostly women and children, typically traveling alone or tending to livestock near the forests of Gévaudan. Now, animal attacks in this time period and region were not out of the ordinary at all, but none had occurred on such a regular basis and with such ruthlessness. Very soon, mass hysteria and panic, as well as paranoia and fear, gripped the inhabitants of Gévaudan. People became afraid to leave their homes or travel at night in fear that they would become the beast's next victim. Descriptions of the beast varied widely, but most largely agreed it resembled an abnormally large wolf, as big as a calf, with a large dog-like head, a large mouth full of teeth, hind legs longer than its forelegs, a laugh-like cry, and fur that possessed a rust or reddish-brown color,
laugh like
with
crying.
black streaks or a black streak along its back, though some descriptions were more vague than others. By December, rumors began to circulate that there might have been a pair of beasts rather than a single one, due to the high number of attacks over such a short period of time, and from the fact multiple attacks appeared to have been reported at the same time but in different regions. By 1765, the alleged beast or beasts had become such a huge problem for the rural regions of France that the situation gained the attention of the French government, all the way up to King Louis XV. Louis decreed that the French government would help find and kill this beast, so that its reign of terror could finally go to an end. A combined military and volunteer effort was sent to Gévaudan, with Captain Jean-Baptiste Dumel and his troops tasked with turning the tables on the beast. As the story goes, Dumel and the beast took on a dynamic like Captain Ahab in Moby Dick, or Quentin the Shark from Jaws, or JoJo Part 4 with Kira Yoshikage. From time to time, he would encounter the beast, but it would always manage to escape and avoid being shot, or if shot, would continue to run as if unaffected, and like a phantom, disappear back into the woods. After many unsuccessful attempts, Louis XV sent professional wolf hunter, the famous and renowned Deneville, and his 8 highly trained bloodhounds to replace Dumel. However, the attacks continued, and in
Which one of those lines is
1765,
his
even
mouth?
he too would be replaced by the king's personal gun-bearer, Francois Antoine, from Paris. On September 20th, 1765, Antoine killed a large gray wolf weighing 60 kilograms and was 1.7 meters long. The wolf, which would later be named the Wolf of Chaz,
Steven
was
Universe, that's
apparently an
exactly what I was
abnormally large
thinking.
wolf, and Antoine believed it to be the culprit or the alleged beast after all these years. While the male wolf was stuffed and sent to the king, Antoine stayed behind and was determined to hunt down the beast's female partner and cubs. Succeeding, Antoine killed the female wolf mother and an abnormally large cub that allegedly possessed genetic abnormalities, such as a double set of dew claws. Feeling he had been successful in defeating the beast that had been terrorizing the comic folk for months, Antoine returned to Paris receiving his large reward, which, to my best abilities, roughly around the equivalent to
Oh, dude, this is only like slightly.
$150,000 in modern.
This is only like slightly related, but have you guys seen that fucking? There's like a video on Twitter that's going around of this lady playing with an anteater, and for so long I thought it was a two-headed dog because I had watched so many of those videos about the two-headed dog. I don't know if you guys have seen it. I don't know if it's just on my TL, but it was on my TL, and it took me like 20 minutes of like staring at it to be like, oh, it's an anteater, and that's its arm. It's not a second head.
US money, but who knows, finding conversions for old-timey stuff is hard, in addition to titles and fame. The wolf's corpse was exhibited in the king's court, but was eventually transferred to the Paris Museum of Natural History, where it stayed until the early 1900s, until it appears to have mysteriously disappeared or was lost. However, the celebration might have been presumptuous, as the attacks and deaths continued in spite of Antoine's efforts. The killings and attacks seemed to finally cease.
How could you possibly mistake it for a two-headed dog? It looked like a two-headed dog. It looked like a two-headed dog. I genuinely thought that it was a dog with two heads. I thought that it was like a dog with two heads that had learned how to like run around and play and frolic. But I was wrong. I've been wrong before. It's okay.
When a local hunter named Jean Chastel shot the beast on the slopes of a mountain. It was claimed his bullet was only successful in killing the creature due to the fact it was composed of silver, a claim that would eventually be associated with the only way to kill a werewolf in popular culture. Descriptions of what Chastel killed are unclear. An autopsy performed on the creature by the king's notary was lost only to be rediscovered in 1958. The autopsy suggests that if the creature was a wolf, it was a unique and strange one, possessing 36 teeth, 6 fewer than a wolf but only 2 more than a hyena. I have read and found sources that claim a creature identified as a striped hyena was also killed in France in 1767, but it is unclear if this was the same creature as the one Chastel killed. The skin of this hyena was apparently similar to the Wolf of Chaz, on display in Paris until 1819, seemingly confirming there might have been a striped hyena patrolling the French countryside around the same time as the beast. Regardless, the killings appeared to stop, and the memory of the beast faded with time. However, its impact on popular culture, specifically on werewolves, still very much persists to this day, and the story appears to have served as the origin for many myths and lore associated with
I hate it when I look at an arm and think it's a head.
By the end of the beast's 3-year-long reign, depending on your sources, between 70 to 113
My
people
streamer
had
needs
died,
higher
and
prescription
dozens more
glasses.
injured.
I don't need glasses. I don't wear glasses. I am the only person besides my brother that doesn't need to wear glasses. Okay, all of my friends need to wear glasses. You know what, actually my best friend's boyfriend doesn't have to wear glasses, I don't think. I don't have to wear glasses. I don't need glasses. My eyesight is fine. I've always had really good eyesight. I don't need glasses. I thought it was a two-headed dog. What about prescription cigarettes? All of my cigarettes are prescription cigarettes. I need those bitches to cope, bro.
Additionally, and inversely, hundreds of wolves in France, a half dozen of them being claimed to be candidates for the beast, had been hunted and killed by humans, resulting in their near extinction in France. A major highway now cuts right through the heart of Gévaudan, the beast's former territory. Oh, how much things have changed. how much things
I think I just won my taxes.
Shut up. Bitch, there's no winning in modern... Look, it looks like a dick. Looks like a penis. Looks like a penis. French penis. Just as small as I thought it'd be. Penis. Peanuts. Pingus. Fingers. The French joke. Why was that a blocked term? Oh, I muted it. Hold on.
how much things have changed.
1984.
So, what are we in the modern day to make of the Beast of G? What was the Beast? And was it actually a cryptid or undiscovered creature? Well, to this day, it remains somewhat uncertain what actually transpired in the French countryside from 1764 to 1767. It is not disputed that something was attacking villagers and peasants, but what that something was exactly is not especially clear. A wide range of explanations have been put forth, from an aberrantly large wolf, a pack of wolves...
Oh my god, Sammy! Jesus Christ. Scared the shit out of me. I was like, who the fuck is breaking into my house? It's my fucking dog breaking into my fucking room. Stupid bitch. I hope she doesn't fall down the stairs again. The Beast escaped France and became a VTuber known as Atlas Anarchy. That's not true. Look, they're kissing!
Rabid or even trained dogs, a wolf-dog hybrid, wolverines, escaped exotic pets, and even human murderers or serial killers disguised as animals. But let's try to examine the facts and attempt to find the most likely explanation. Firstly, I find it likely there was not just a single beast, but several. The wide range both in location and time seems to suggest these attacks were likely being done by, at the very least, 2 independent attackers, and I find it very likely that several attacks and killings commonly ascribed to the beast were in actuality completely unrelated, and the mass hysteria falsely attributed the common wolf attack, which were especially common throughout Europe during those days, to the beast. I think the mass hysteria and panic response the common folk experienced as a result of hearing the horrifying initial reports might have influenced the mindsets of people to the point they subconsciously saw the beast in everyday occurrences. A personal theory of mine that might play a role in this circumstance is that cryptids represent a type of societal mob mentality. When researching cryptids, I began to notice that cryptids suspiciously appear in relation to some kind of either pop cultural craze or a time of social stress. The height of UFO and gray alien reports and sightings in America occurred during the Cold War, and typically after the Roswell incident. The Loch Ness Monster was sighted in the months following the wide release and popularity of King Kong, which possessed a dinosaur model that resembled the reported creature almost identically. Owlman was reported in 1976 during an insane heat wave and drought throughout the British Isles. Popo Bawa, an East African one-eyed bat creature, eyewitness sightings curiously rise and fall in correlation to the Zanzibar election cycle, and seems to be tied to possible social stress from political developments and changes. Cryptids tend to show themselves during times of mass hysteria, social stress, or a pop culture phenomenon, and a theory that I put forth is that cryptids are simply a reflection of the societies that often create them more than anything. I don't think it is a coincidence that cryptids often reflect and fit the culture and influences of the eyewitnesses at the time. In medieval Europe, people would see dragons in the sky. In the Victorian era, people would often spot phantom zeppelins and airships, and of course during the Cold War, people would spot flying saucers. Cryptids might just embody an overall societal or cultural fear, and who knows, maybe this tendency to create monsters was an advantage when our ancestors were actually the prey, and tales and belief in monsters in the darkness at night was a survival strategy. In the beast's case, traditions and superstitions associated with beasts and monsters living in the woods were prevalent even before the attacks. I think the initial death reports provided a catalyst for widespread panic, and people simply began to subconsciously see the beast as a result of this paranoia. My digression aside, I find it likely that many of the attacks and killings commonly ascribed to the beast were likely completely unrelated. We know that large wolves and wolf packs inhabited the region, and were at the very least partially responsible for human deaths, which is why most historians and cryptozoologists today believe the beast was probably primarily the result of falsely attributed wolf attacks, which, as stated before, were actually pretty common in the region at this point in history and prior centuries. But that does leave the question, why did eyewitnesses describe a creature that did not fully resemble a wolf? Well, unfortunately, due to the limitations of the time,
Guessing
illustrations
like half
and
of your OC
descriptions
is
of the
true.
beast
That's like how
widely vary.
Avery and
It is
Hendrix would
difficult to
kiss.
get a cohesive picture, and this might vindicate the prior speculations that there were likely multiple beasts, some of them being common wolves. Some descriptions of the beast are rather curious, and not so easy to attribute to wolves. The rust-colored
The
and
curious
striped creature
beast.
described by some is rather interesting, as
That
the
looks like a
description
German
seems to fit
shepherd.
that of a striped hyena rather well. And as we learned,
Oh, that
a
thing is
striped hyena
me.
was shot and
That's
killed
what
in
I look
France
like.
around the same time that the beast seemed to stop its attacks for good.
What the fuck was a
Unlike
hyena
today,
doing in
people didn't
France?
have pictures or photographs of exotic animals like hyenas, lions, and elephants, and the few illustrations of such creatures circulating around weren't too accurate.
What's a
and
polar
weren't
bear
especially
doing in
accessible for
Arlington,
illiterate,
Texas?
non-educated peasants living in the countryside. To a person who has never seen such an animal, something like a hyena or a lion would have been paramount to seeing a monster. It seems highly likely that this striped hyena, likely escaped from a menagerie, finding itself strangely lost in France, would have caused quite a terrifying.
Oh, he was on
sight
vacation?
for
Why was
rural
he
French
in
farmers in the 16th
France if he was
century.
on vacation? You want to go someplace that's cool. This curious
So
and
what exactly
fucked up
happened in the
mythical
case of the
beast. It
of
looks like a
June?
street
Well,
dog.
firstly, I find it probable there was no single beast, but several, probably multiple abnormally large wolves, packs of wolves, a rogue and foreign striped hyena, it may be other factors
He
slash
drove
players,
down
possibly
hotel
even a human serial killer. All these independent killers being falsely lumped together by a paranoid public as a single beast. We may never know for certain what happened, but I think we can safely say it wasn't the work of a
Is it? We're like twins. I can't produce that much spit. I'm sorry. Pico Lizard, thanks for the follow, dude. Welcome in.
yet to be discovered animal or supernatural creature. Regardless, the story is a fascinating one.
I'm sorry.
Definitely deserving of a movie or TV series. You could really play up the hysteria and fear of the unknown villagers and isolated communities must have felt at the time, making something akin to The Witch, or even something like a 1980s slasher movie feel. There apparently is a 2001 French film titled Brotherhood of the Wolf about the beast, and the subsequent hunt for it.
About the
which is said to
beast.
be pretty good, though I haven't seen it. Anyways, case closed. I hope you enjoyed this installment of
Case
Cryptid Profile. Please
closed.
tell me what you think the beast might have been. I want to thank DeviantArt user Kaz Chilling for creating some beautiful.
That's awesome. We'll watch some more videos. I'm gonna see if I can find anything about Nicholas Barclay. Hold on. See if I can find a video about Nicholas Barclay. God bless, good Lord. I know. I went kind of quasi because I didn't have anything else to do for the stream, so I'm like, whatever. I'll just put my whole pussy into drawing Hendrix. Ooh, there's a 1 hour. There's a 1 hour video of it. And he looks like Vsauce Michael here. There's a 2021 horror movie based on it as well. You know the funny thing? Polaris has told me before, because Polaris is a fucking furry, that if I was to have like a fasana or some shit equivalent, I would be a hyena. If I was a furry, I would be a hyena. So according to her, that would be that technically is correct. Who's the pretty purple girl? It's Hendrix. She's just in a different outfit. Fasana. We first heard this lore during the webfish. Oh, yeah? Specifically a hyena lost in France. What is Atlas Anarchy doing in Paris, France? Oh, that reminds me. I forgot to tell you guys about one of the last documentaries I watched. One of the last documentaries I watched on Wednesday, I think, was The Family I Had. And I know that this has nothing to do with anything, but I'm talking about it anyway. For the people who are new here, because there are a couple of faces that I haven't seen here before, or I guess words that I haven't seen here before. Usually around in the streams, I watch a lot of movies, not on the streams, but like before and after and during. I watch movies and then I talk about them on stream. And this week I was doing a lot of documentaries, and I was watching a documentary called The Family I Had, which is about this guy who killed his sister when he was 13 and she was 4. And like, it's a really sad fucking thing, because like you follow the mom, and the mom is like trying to figure out whether or not she can like forgive her son or whatever, and she like has another child, and she still visits her son that killed her daughter in prison, and like all this other shit, and like it makes you feel bad for the son, and then you look up the fucking case, and they forgot. Well, he didn't forget, but they didn't mention a very important fucking detail in which the kid did something not great, beyond killing a sister. He like touched her or something, and they didn't say anything about that in the doc, and I was so fucking mad when I looked it up and I found that out, because they didn't fucking say that. They didn't fucking say any of that. And I'm like, why the fuck didn't you include that? Why the fuck didn't they say anything about that? And it didn't get brought up until a fucking I think the mom made like she wrote a book or something, and like in the doc, her, oh my god, it's such a strange family, because like that mom, her son killed her daughter, right? But also her mom is suspected of killing her dad. She got off, like she was deemed innocent or not guilty, I guess. And but like it's pretty obvious that she definitely killed her husband. And it's fucking weird, man. Shit is genetic. I mean, the grandma was a fucking psycho, dude. I feel like she was a freakier person than the fucking kid in jail. But yeah, that was a pretty shitty one, just because it really did not mention one of the most important aspects of the case. And it makes you try to feel bad for this dude, but like, I don't know. It doesn't include that, so it's easier to feel bad about him, I guess. I don't know. It's a lot more complicated than it puts forward, but it just, it was a bizarre thing to read, a bizarre thing to leave out. Like, oopsies, forgot. Anyway, I'm gonna leave you guys with some music for a little bit. I genuinely wonder why they would admit that. I don't know. I really don't know, because beyond that, he talked very candidly about the murder, and like the way that he was speaking, it felt like, oh yeah, he definitely has some kind of regret. Like and obviously the way it was framed, like the mom, she has another child because she had her kid super young, so she was still fairly young when this was all going down, and she had another kid, and the kid was born with a some heart disease or something like that. I think he was born premature or something. I'm not sure. But either way, he was born with some kind of congenital heart disease. And when she told her son in jail about that, she said that he was like fucking crying because he felt like it was like she was being punished again. And I'm like, shit, that's really, really interesting. It's really fucking sad. And then you look up the fucking thing and you're like, they didn't mention this. Why didn't they fucking mention that? Why didn't they fucking mention that? Bizarre. Bizarre, bitch. Bizarre. Whatever. Have I been doing? I'm here. Okay. Actually, can you guys watch them while I smoke? I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a Bailey's. Sorry, I've been standing here. Don't look away, they might run off. What's that fucking freaky ass face stuck on my face? That's better. Okay. Sorry, I still have Sprite in my can, so I'm just standing and drinking it. Quick, guys, untragic their lore. Ha! You wish. I really like Avery's face in this one. I made him smile on accident. I didn't mean to have him smiling in this. I thought he was supposed to be frowning, but I don't know. It was too cute to keep. Ah, okay, I'm done with my Sprite. I'll be right back. Hello? Hello? Say nothing if you want me to go pee. I guess I'm going pee. Okay. I have my alcoholic drink. I have my water. My glove. Avery and Hendrix made out. They wouldn't do that. They would not do that. Can't pull the wool over my eyes. I know those bitches. They would never do such a thing. Let's see. He's set back up and we can watch the Nicholas Barclay video that is a whole fucking hour long, saving me from having to think thoughts. I adore it. I love it when that happens. Alrighty.
Today's video
Shut up. Hold on.
is brought to you by Surfshark VPN.
Surfshark VPN.
Hello there, howdy. Welcome to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon. What happens here is, if you're new, welcome, by the way.
Everybody say hi, Simon.
Callum, our wonderful scriptwriter for the channel, has written me a script. It's a heavy one. I think this is like 18 pages. So we're going to be here for a while. This will probably be recorded in 2 parts, but you won't know the difference. I just need to take a little break halfway through and top up my coffee. You won't know when that happens. Why are we talking about this? This is the disappearance of Nicholas Barclay. I've... as I say, if you're new here, I've got no idea what's about to happen. I've not read this ahead of time. I'm going to read it. I'm going to add some commentary if I feel like it, I guess. And then afterwards, Jen is going to add some music, add some images, which you can enjoy if you're watching this on YouTube or if you're listening as a podcast and you're out and about or whatever. Well, just
English visa.
enjoy. And let's jump in. On June the 10th, 1994, 13-year-old Nicholas Bradley took a walk down to the basketball courts to meet his friends in San Antonio, Texas.
Called him Nicholas
He and his friend
Bradley.
played for a while until sunset came, and they each peeled off one by one, leaving just Nicholas left. It's like the beginning of a movie, isn't it? The sole guy playing basketball on the basketball court. He decided to call home from the payphone next to the courts to ask... Oh yes, this is 1994. I'm like, what's he doing with a payphone? They just removed, maybe like 6 months ago, the payphone that was on my street. And I'd walked past it a million times, never even given it a second thought. And I'm like, why is the pavement here weird? It was like not horribly, dirty and well trodden like the rest of the pavements. I'm like, oh, there was a payphone here, wasn't there? And
Never mind. I'm sorry, bald man. I really do not give a shit. Let's watch the 60 Minutes episode on it. Shut up. I'm so sick of these fucking TurboTax ads.
This is Nick. It's nice to meet y'all.
For any parent, there is no fear worse than your child disappearing.
See, ain't I beautiful?
Yeah, beautiful blonde hair. kind of look like a little pixie.
For Beverly Barclay, it was a fear that came tragically true when her 13-year-old boy, Nicholas, vanished without a trace. Then, after 3 heartbreaking years, a reunion so dramatic, it's become a feature-length documentary.
Did you know that your phone has more
Strange
bacteria than an
case.
alcohol
Have you come
swab?
across any
Yes.
On a 1 to 10, it's a 10. There's no story like it. There's
For any parent, there is no greater fear than your child.
This is that true story about the love of a mother, her son, and the imposter.
I never wanted to harm those people. I never.
Oh, there he is.
I'm not evil.
I don't know about all that, man.
Cities don't come more middle American than San Antonio, Texas.
This
It
isn't the
was home for
documentary.
13
This isn't a documentary. This is a 60 Minutes episode on it, which is funny because it's 17 minutes actually. But a lot of them have a lot of this has already shown footage from the documentary that I did watch.
year-old Nicholas Barclay. Until the afternoon of June 13, 1994, when Nicholas inexplicably disappeared.
Fisting a Pringles.
I thought somebody offered him.
Fisting a Pringles can. Thanks for the follow.
A ride, and he got in the car. And I think he
What's
would've
up,
gotten
man?
in the car with someone.
You like boobs?
For Nicholas's mother Beverly and his older sister Carrie, every day is lonelier than the last.
You spend 24 hours crying, sick, worried. Then you get mad, then you get scared, and then you try to get empowered. You know, okay, what can we do? We have to do flyers, we'll do this, we'll, you know, so instead of, you don't cry, you do something positive and try to work towards, I guess, a solution of finding him.
I think he disappeared in the afternoon. And the closest wooded area is up here.
Never seen again.
Never seen again. This was the last place he was seen.
San Antonio private investigator Charlie Parker has seen a lot of missing persons cases in his time.
He lived in this house here, to the left, right there.
But none would be like the Nicholas Barclay file. What sort of a neighborhood was it?
A good neighborhood.
So it was a bit of a surprise that he just went missing.
It was. We ran backgrounds on all the people in the neighborhood. We can do that here. And we found no criminal charges of any bad kind. We found no
Guy
sexual
fucking
predators
man-spreading
at
during
the
this
time.
fucking interview about the missing
no people
child.
of interest that might have kidnapped or taken the boy.
As days turn to months, then years, Nicholas's family slowly surrenders any hope of ever seeing him again.
It came to the point where you know you're not gonna find him alive, but you just want to find what happened to him.
Then, on October 7, 1997, 4 years after Nicholas vanished, astonishing news. 8,000 kilometers from Texas, in Linares, Spain, police find a teenage boy, apparently in shock and with no papers or ID.
¿Cómo te llamas?
For some time, he won't speak, but then he tells them his name.
My mom called me and she says, "Are you sitting down? You're not going to believe this." And I said, "What, Mom?" She goes, "The police department just called me and they think they found Nicholas in Linares." So I'm like, okay, well, where in Texas is Linares? Texas has a lot of small towns. And then she was like, "No, Spain." I'm like, "Spain?"
But
Isn't
that
that
young
across the
man
country?
wasn't Nicholas. He wasn't even American. He was a Frenchman, a fraud, named Frederic Bourdin.
I've been more than 500 more than 500, because you had to imagine that for 15 years, every week, I had to be somewhere else and being someone else. It was only about that, survival.
Frederick spent much of his life living a lie. I met him on the streets of Paris, where he'd spent many years as a teenager living as a street kid. Having run away from the grandparents who raised him, he would pretend to be an orphan seeking shelter in children's homes and with foster families across Europe.
My main goal in life at the time was to save my life.
You are a chameleon.
Of course, I've been a chameleon all my life. I mean, someone who never have the same skin, who change colors, and I'm capable of doing it. It's very hard to explain. It's just that I guess you are who you want to be.
Venga, dinos tu nombre.
His impersonation of Nicholas Barclay was born of desperation. Frederick was now 23 years old and still fraudulently passing himself off as a street kid seeking help. But Spanish authorities were closing in. And in a last gasp effort to avoid prison, he discovered the identity of Nicholas Barclay by, incredibly, phoning police stations in the US, searching for a missing person whose identity he could steal.
I was going to prison in Spain. So I tried to run away, but I couldn't run away.
For years you created these identities and personas. At some point you decided you were going to steal one.
It wasn't a decision. I was forced to do it. It was either that or go to prison.
Well, that was a decision.
But Frederick could not have imagined
That's literally
the
a
chain of
decision,
events
man.
he'd now unleashed. Nicholas Barclay's sister Kerry was on her way to Spain to be reunited with the brother she thought was dead. He'd now
Forced to do it. It wasn't a decision. I was forced to do it. It was either that or go to prison.
That's a decision.
But Frederick
He
could not
just
have
described
imagined
the
the chain
decision.
of events he'd now unleashed. Nicholas Barclay's sister Kerry was on her way to Spain to be reunited with the brother she thought was dead.
They told me that Kerry was jumping on the plane to come and get me, that the American embassy was coming to see me. So it got beyond my control. She flew across the world to find her brother, and she found me. And I was willing to be.
And she just wanted her brother back.
Exactly.
But he was now cornered by his lie. The dark-haired, brown-eyed Frederick tried to transform himself into the blue-eyed, blonde Nicholas Barclay by bleaching his hair and covering up. But there was so much more that needed explaining. Frederick invented a truly harrowing story about what had happened to Nicholas in the years he'd been missing. He said he'd been kidnapped and flown overseas in a military aircraft and abused by a pedophile ring who injected his eyes to change their colour. He'd also been told to stop speaking any English. He was forced to, and that explained his French accent. It was in every way an unbelievable story, but incredibly, he was believed.
He wasn't the same Nicholas that disappeared 4 years before. He had been held and tortured and God knows what else. He wasn't that same person.
It took about half a second for her to be grabbing me, kissing me, hugging me.
Just this sense of immense relief. Just seeing, touching, kissing, holding him.
I felt like ice. Just cold. Cold ice body, cold ice mind, nothing.
With Kerry's positive identification, Frederick was issued an American passport. He was now legally Nicholas Barclay. But awaiting him here in San Antonio, Texas, was the one person who would almost certainly expose him, Nicholas's mother. Surely she would know her own son.
For me, it was over. Just like with the sister, I thought this is it. You can't be lucky that once. Just you're lucky once, you aren't gonna be lucky for eternity, you know?
So I walked down and grabbed his hand and hugged him and told him I missed him. He had changed so much. It was like mind-boggling. But then I realized, you know, you tell yourself, well, he's been through all this horrendous stuff, so he's absolutely going to be different.
Against all odds, all logic, the street kid from France has passed the ultimate test, convincing the entire Barclay family that he is their long-lost Nicholas. Now, a new life and identity in
Oh my God,
America.
that password is so bad.
At that point, you're home free.
Wow.
You've got a new life in America. The family's welcomed you into their home as their long-lost son.
Holy shit, it worked. Yes.
Yep. Long-lost brother, long-lost son, long-lost uncle, long-lost friend.
Still, at that point, you want to keep it going.
Yes.
It doesn't occur to you
I didn't think 1 second of stopping. No, it just didn't come to my mind. It's like any other identity that I took, I was that person. Even though this time it was true, I was that person. Because in my mind, in my twisted mind, my twisted logic, in my con artist logic, that's what they wanted.
This twisted fucking psychopath.
It was worse than being a con artist. It was far worse.
It might be.
It was.
I didn't hear what he said. Hold on, I burped.
Worse than being a con artist.
That's what they wanted.
I put it to you that what you did was worse than being a con artist. It was far worse.
It might be.
It was. Frederick might have got away with it all, but for one man.
For crying out loud.
I love how he
I got a
speaks.
guy
I'm not
living
gonna
in a
lie.
house that is not the guy he's supposed to be. And
I
the
love how he
family's
talks.
accepting it. That's unheard of.
Charlie Parker, the
It's just like,
San Antonio
wow, it's so
PI,
fascinating. You really
was
think
hired
this
by
way?
a TV program to help secure an interview with Nicholas Barclay.
Nicholas Barclay's now 16 years old. He vanished when he was 13.
While that TV interview was underway, Charlie compared Frederick with a picture of Nicholas Barclay and was suddenly struck by one remarkable difference.
First beer ever, this shit
The
kinda
shape of
ass.
their ears.
You should not have drank beer.
Photos of Nicholas with Frederick's ear, and you've gone, hang on a second, that's not him.
That's right. That's right. We put
Spilled
him in
water
a
all over myself.
Photoshop. You know, people laugh about that, but he didn't have the same ear. Well, he couldn't change his ear. A plastic surgeon would have to tear the ear out. So I knew right away I had an imposter.
Impasta.
Charlie became obsessed with unmasking Frederick. He spent months befriending and then preparing to expose the chameleon.
It was a cockiness, a no fear type thing that he exhibited, and I think that's what frightened me the most. Is he wasn't afraid of anything. He kept up the pretense. He knew that I knew he wasn't Nicholas Barclay, and he didn't fear me.
But slowly, Charlie trapped his prey and convinced this extraordinary imposter he was about to be unmasked.
I knew it was about to come undone. And I said, we'll talk it out man to man. So we came down here to this place.
This diner.
This very diner.
Describe to me the conversation that took place.
Okay. I said, your mother called me, which I knew he wasn't his mother, upset, crying. He said, she's not my mother, and you're the only one that knows she's not my mother. And I sit back in the chair. I said, what do you mean? He said, my name is Frederick Bourdin, and I'm wanted by Interpol.
I knew they knew I wasn't Nicholas. I knew that they were pretending I was Nicholas. I knew it very deeply in my heart, and I knew they were pretending that I was pretending. That it was a never-end game. And I knew they were going to arrest me.
Charlie called in the FBI. Frederick's criminal record as an imposter in Europe providing the final damning proof of his cruel hoax. 3.5 months after he first stole Nicholas's identity.
You know, but we never thought it wouldn't be him. You know, why would you even think that?
The first feeling was complete sadness, because it wasn't.
I know they know that I know that they know.
Square one. Where is Nicholas?
As if this story wasn't already pushing the boundaries of belief, there would be one more final twist. Under arrest, Frederick told authorities that Beverly had confessed to him that her eldest son, Jason, a drug addict, had killed Nicholas before himself dying of a drug overdose. And he said that explained why they embraced him as their long-lost son.
She told me that she know what happened to Nick, and she know that Jason killed him.
I suppose credibility for you is going to be a difficult thing on that story.
And did. It's okay.
But you think he's dead?
I know he's dead.
I know my brother or my mother did not kill Nicholas. Accidentally, on purpose, whatever Frederick said, it never happened. Why would we go pick up a stranger to hide something that didn't need to be hidden?
It was surely one of the strangest cases there has ever been, and there was no resolution. Frederick served 6 years in an American prison before being deported to France. Nicholas's family was shattered, but for them, there was the constant cloud of suspicion as well. But perhaps most tragically of all, Nicholas's body has never been found, and what happened to him may remain a mystery forever. What do you think happened to Nicholas?
I'm still looking. I think he was murdered.
Strange case. Have you come across any stranger?
I never have. Nothing like it. It's impossible it could happen again. There's no story like it. There's nothing like it.
He was good at what he did.
Very good. The best I ever saw.
Today, Frederick Bourdin is a free man living in France with his wife and their 2 children.
His wife left him, by the way.
His only desire now, to live a good life, finally, as just one person, himself. Are you sorry?
Yes, I'm sorry for my entire life. I'm sorry for my entire life. Who wouldn't be?
I would have said that you were sick, mentally.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and there's still people who say I am.
Are you better?
Better?
Are you better? I mean, if you concede that you were sick, are you better now, psychologically?
If I was sick at the time, I'm sick now. Lost. I was lost at the time. I don't think I'm sick.
Hello, I'm Tara Brown.
White woman jump scare.
Let me see.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Just keep watching 60 Minutes
1 year
Australia.
ago, a little boy vanished while he was playing in his grandmother's backyard. One moment, William Tyrrell, dressed in his favourite Spider-Man suit, was playing games with his mum and sister. The next, he was gone, as if he'd disappeared into thin air. Initial panic by his family slowly turned into the darkest of despair, and a whole year later, they are simply heartbroken. Who would take their vivacious, funny, innocent 3-year-old boy? It's a question that torments one of Australia's toughest and most experienced detectives, who's heading the task force into William's disappearance. And tonight, we have unprecedented access to that investigation.
Unprecedented.
We also hear, for the first time, the full story from William's parents, who want us all to know about their boy and understand their agony, in the hope that someone may have the courage to reveal information that will bring William home. A little boy full of life. 3 years old, cheeky, adorable, and most of all, loved.
Wherever we went, eyes would just be drawn to him. He's just got the most amazing smile. And the smile would just light up his entire face, and it's just got this giggle that just follows it. It's just amazing. It was just everything for him was just absolute joy.
And this is William, you know, and I hear him. I hear his voice. Without watching a video, I can hear him say things. But I see all this stuff and it tears me apart.
Daddy! Daddy!
Where's Daddy?
Daddy!
William Tyrrell would have turned 4 by now. But his life is frozen in time. Because 12 months ago, this gorgeous little boy vanished while on a family holiday to Nana's house in the country.
William was stolen. He was abducted, he was kidnapped, he was stolen.
It ever got
word
found.
you want to use, somebody decided to take him.
The offender was in that area. This is a head start we've got with an investigation that you don't get
Nope.
with a lot of investigations.
Detective Inspector Gary Jubilant heads
What's your drink
Task Force
suggestion?
Roseanne.
What kind of drinks do you like? I don't want to watch this. This is too sad. Such a Wendigoon iceberg. Do you like sweet stuff? Do you like smooth stuff? Do you like... It really depends on how you are. Sweet? Okay. I would say White Claws if you like the fruity kind. You could also drink a Smirnoff like Polaris did. If you want something that's kind of like creamy or smooth, you could have a Bailey's, which is what I'm having right now. Or a Tennessee Moonshine, which is pretty good too. You should drink rubbing alcohol. Don't do that. That's not good. That's not good. Don't do that. Let's do the milk carton. Milk carton.
Hello, everybody. Today we're going to talk about the story
Hello.
and controversies of the Missing Children Milk Carton program. Even if you've never heard of this program, you're probably familiar with its objective, which was putting the photographs of missing children on milk cartons across the United States. The program, which began in the 1980s, was meant to raise public awareness about the epidemic of missing children and more broadly the concept of stranger danger.
Hello,
While the
Mr.
program's
Goon.
effects have been very widespread, and there's at least a couple success stories from the program, including a very bizarre instance that we're going to talk about today. Many remembered the milk carton kids for the eventual controversy and downfall that the program would acquire. And if you've ever seen a picture from a movie or TV show that shows a missing kid on the side of a milk carton and wonder, why don't they do that anymore? We're going to talk about exactly why they don't do that anymore. So if that sounds interesting to you, stick around as we talk about the problems, cases, and history of the Missing Children Milk Carton program, which will almost undoubtedly be useless information to everyone watching, but it will also be depressing for whatever that's worth. But before I fill your brain with more useless, depressing knowledge,
Oh my
let's talk
god,
about
this
something that's
motherfucker and his
neither
fucking
useless nor
cereal.
depressing, like today's sponsor, Magic. So if you're like me,
What is it with
Magic
you and
Stick
this fucking cereal,
always,
dude?
thank you for watching. Also, before
You're
we get
welcome.
started, check this out. My buddy Bryant made the Wendigoon logo into a real thing, like with the night vision mount and the deer's skull. It's like Wendigoon, but real. He's so cool. I'm going to make sure he stays somewhere on this wall for the foreseeable future. So thank you, Bryant. Now, to understand how the Missing Children Milk Carton program came to be, we need to take a look back at the first instance of someone
You
putting a
should put
kid's
missing
face
children
on a milk
posters
carton.
behind the
And to do
cereal
that,
box.
we need to understand how the whole milk carton thing worked. In the 1960s, paper milk cartons became the main form of milk distribution in order to replace the more expensive glass bottles. Since these paper milk cartons were cheap and pretty quickly produced with a wide audience, it became common for companies near local dairies to advertise on the side of milk cartons. So by the 1980s, it was very common to expect some kind of messaging or advertisement on the side of the milk carton you buy at the grocery store. Now, Strangely, there's a lot of debate online as to which child was the first to show up on a milk carton, but I think I found the correct timeline of events. In Des Moines, Iowa, on September the 5th, 1982, a paperboy by the name of Johnny Gosch went missing. Johnny was 12 years old at the time, and every morning,
There's also a documentary
Johnny
about
and
this
his father
kid.
would ride around the neighborhood as Johnny rode on his bike and his father followed him, as Johnny would throw newspapers to all the houses on the street. The night before Johnny went missing, he told his father that he felt he was old enough to do the paper run on his own. His father said no and told Johnny to wake him up before he does the morning route. But it seems that the next morning, again September the 5th, Johnny didn't wake his father and instead took his bicycle and red wagon full of newspapers around the block by himself. People around the neighborhood began to call the paper company, saying that their paper hadn't come that morning, and after Johnny's father went looking for him, he found his son's red wagon and bicycle tipped over 2 blocks away from their house. During the investigation, a neighbor had said that they had seen Johnny talking to someone in a truck while Johnny was still on his bicycle, but according to that witness, it just seemed he was asking the guy for directions and the two parted ways. Beyond that, no clues as to Johnny's disappearance were ever discovered. This disappearance was a big deal and stayed in the public conscious for the next couple years, especially when a similar disappearance occurred in 1984. On August the 12th of 1984, a month shy of being 2 years exactly from Johnny's disappearance, another paper boy, this one Eugene Martin, also went missing in Des Moines, Iowa. Eugene's case was very similar to Johnny's. Eugene was 13 years old and had gone out to do the paper route that morning and was never seen again. A witness came forward and said that, very similar to Johnny's case, Eugene was spotted talking to an unknown man at around 5:45 in the morning. This was the only information the public had to go on, and given the similarities between Eugene and Johnny's case, many of the locals
Directions
believed
2
that the
blocks
two
away from his
disappearances
house.
were linked. However,
Ugh.
what happened immediately following Eugene's disappearance that didn't happen following Johnny's disappearance would change the concept of missing children in the United States forever. Eugene Martin had a relative who worked at the local Anderson and Erickson dairy. Again, the disappearance of Johnny and Eugene was a huge deal in Des Moines, and Eugene's relative felt that if people knew what the kids looked like, then they'd have a better chance of finding them. So Eugene's relative approached his boss at the Anderson and Erickson dairy and said, what if, instead of running the normal ads that we run every week, we instead put pictures of Johnny and Eugene on the side of our milk cartons? The owner of the dairy thought this was a great idea, and in September of 1984, for the first time, photos of missing children with the word missing rolled out in grocery stores across the city. And from there, the concept spread really fast. A couple months later, in November of 1984, Walter Woodbury of the much larger Hawthorne Melody Dairy in Whitewater, Wisconsin, was visiting Des Moines, Iowa on a business trip. While in Des Moines, he saw one of the Anderson and Erickson milk cartons that had the faces of 2 missing kids printed on the side of it and thought it was an incredible idea. The Hawthorne Melody Dairy was so big that part of its distribution range was Chicago, Illinois. So, Woodbury goes to the police chief of the Chicago Police Department, tells him about his idea to put missing kids on milk cartons, and the Chicago police also thought that it was a great idea. So it begins to spread to newspapers around the country that Chicago is going to begin showcasing missing children on milk cartons to raise public awareness. A month later, in December of 1984, Stephen Glazier, the future senator of California, sees this in the paper and thinks it would be a great idea for the entire state of California. So a statewide campaign is launched in California, and nearly every large dairy in the state begins putting missing children on the side of milk cartons. So seeing this as a way to raise awareness for missing kids, the newly formed National Child Safety Council creates a new program that will be nationwide and use a database of missing children to be printed on milk cartons across the country. And this program was called the Missing Children Milk Carton Program, founded in December of 1984. The first child featured on a milk carton at a national level was Eden Patz. Now, Eden's disappearance predates that of Johnny and Eugene's. However, Eden's case became much more high profile. On May the 25th of 1979, a 6-year-old Eden Patz went missing from his neighborhood in Lower Manhattan. Normally, Eden's dad would walk him down the short stretch of sidewalk in front of their house to get to the corner of the street where Eden's school bus would stop every morning. This morning of May the 25th, Eden was excited because it was the first time he got to walk to the school bus alone. However, after leaving his front door to take the short walk of a few dozen feet to the bus stop at the corner of his street, Eden was never seen again. Whenever Eden didn't show up for school that day, the teacher just assumed he was sick and didn't think to call it in to the principal or his parents. It wasn't until that evening when Eden didn't come home from school that the parents decided to call the school, only to figure out that he had never been there, and then call the police. Despite over 100 police officers, a team of bloodhounds, and nearly the entire neighborhood searching for him, Eden was never found. The case was so high profile that Ronald Reagan made May the 25th National Missing Children's Day. And despite the Missing Children Milk Carton program beginning 5 years after Eden's disappearance, Eden Patz was seen as such a widely known case and a case that people wanted to see resolved in some sense that they decided his would be the first face to show around the country. There's a lot of confusion and conflicting reports online as to which face was the first to appear on a milk carton. Some say it was Johnny's, some say it was Eugene's, and some say it was Eden's. But as I just explained, all three are technically correct. Johnny and Eugene appeared simultaneously as the first kids on a milk carton, and Eden was the first one to appear nationally on a milk carton. By March of 1985, the program was widely adopted, with 700 out of 1,800 dairies in the country being a part of the initiative. And according to the National Child Safety Council, in April of 1985, sightings of missing
being one of the dairies that was like, no, I don't want to put missing children on the side of my milk cartons.
Sightings of missing children.
You think
are
everybody
very
else
different
side-eyed
from
them?
Children no longer missing. And if you're hearing all of this and asking yourself, so how effective was the Missing Children Milk Carton program?
To remind you that 60%
Amazon.
of sales on Amazon.
Shut up, Amazon.
Lilies of Charlotte.
Then, well, now it should also be mentioned that the faces of missing kids weren't exclusive to milk cartons. There were also cases of the faces appearing on envelopes, trucks, billboards, grocery bags, pizza boxes, and even utility bills. So the question, whenever you have all of these different avenues for people to see children's faces, is, are they actually working? And it seems that the end result is we don't know. Of course, there was the odd circumstance where a child was found and a witness would say that they saw the kid's face on a pizza box or milk carton, but those were few and far between. Even by the most generous estimates, like the National Child Safety Council saying that sightings of children increased by 30%, which is again
Sightings of
from the people who are
children.
hosting the program.
I see a kid.
30% increase in sightings doesn't mean a lot unless there's a relatable number of children recovered. Some of the only numbers we have for how the program performed, at least relating to milk cartons, are from the days whenever the program was just starting to take off. Like, for example, a report by the LA Times in 1985, whenever California was one of the first states to adopt the program. In the first few months of the program in LA, the LA Times said that out of the 14 children who were shown on a milk carton, 7 of them have been returned home. And while you may hear that and think, oh, well, 50%, that's pretty good, hold on. That's assuming that all 7 of these children were returned home because of the effect of the milk carton, when it turns out only 1 of them was, and even then it's just kind of. All 7 of these children were not abducted, rather they were runaways. And in each case, it seems that it was an older child, 14 to 17 years old, who decided to run out and party with friends for a week or two, and then came back home. And during that time they were gone, the parents called the police filed them as a missing child, so their face wound up on a milk carton when they were really just out on a bender. The 1 out of the 7 kids who were equated to the milk carton program said that they were gone for a few days and saw their face on the news and their face on a milk carton and decided to come back home. But even then, from everything I read, it seemed that the kid was just out partying for a week. They didn't move out. But the news just simply said 50% success rate, and that made more people decide to get on board the program. And it seems that across the country, numbers were fudged in a very similar manner. One of the statistics I kept hearing from politicians and law enforcement around this time was the 2 million number, saying every year 2 million children go missing, which is an insane estimate by anyone's standards. But the narrative, even if it was never officially stated around this entire culture of the 80s, and especially the stranger danger epidemic, which is something that's a bit out of the scope of this video, was that all 2 million of these missing kids were abducted and swept off the streets.
Imagine going to the store drunk as hell and the milk cartons have your face on
roll into
that.
town, steal a few kids, then roll out. And it began to contribute to this air of fear in the public that you couldn't let your child out in public, even if you were with them, because there was always a shady van around the corner ready to sweep up kids. And I'm sure that several of you watching either lived through or had parents who lived through the era of anti-stranger PSAs, or these videos that would teach children to never get in a car unless they had a password that your parent would have told them at some point, and to never talk to weird people at the grocery store, and all kinds of stuff like that. And while that's not bad in itself, of course, everyone and their children should be prepared for bad people, it was an insane mischaracterization of the statistic. For one, the 2 million number seems completely bloated. By most estimates I've seen, the 1.8 to 2 million figure is people throughout the year who told the police, maybe, that their child was kidnapped, and less than half of those turn out to be legitimate. It's just parents who lost their kid in the grocery store for like 2 minutes. And according to a Department of Justice
I got lost in a
survey
Best
from around
Buy
this
for
time,
5 minutes once.
out of all of
This
the
was when I was like
reported
20.
kidnappings, they could confirm 800,000 as abductions that police looked into. You may hear them think 800,000, that's still a wild number. Well, out of that 800,000, the Department of Justice said that 115 of those were stereotypical abductions. And by stereotypical abduction, I mean a scenario in which a stranger transported a child and kept them overnight. So 115 out of 800,000, not a lot. Of course, it's still a tragedy and still 115 too many, but compared to the population of the United States,
I was just
that is
a small
very
kid.
small number. The vast majority of missing children's cases are either children running away or divorce disputes. Or specifically cases during a divorce where one parent is given custody for an allotted time and the other parent either takes the child away for some time or picks up the kid when they're not supposed to, and it causes a spat where one party calls the police. The issue was, all of these cases, even cases of children running away for a day or two then coming back home, were getting lumped in as missing children. And the issue with that is that it went on to define an entire era of child rearing. There was an entire generation of kids who had their neighborhood shut down Halloween for fear of all of the random unmarked vans that they feared were ready to pick up their children. And there were schools who would shut down sporting activities and not allow the children to play outside for fear of all of the strangers who could be lurking in the bushes. So, rather comically, there would be a lot of scenarios where a family would buy a milk carton that had a missing kid on it, and then the parent would set down the kids and be like, all right, now to make sure you don't wind up like Billy here, make sure you do XYZ. When it turns out Billy just went and stayed at a friend's house for a few days before coming back, and now the parents telling their kids about human trafficking rings. That led to another aspect of the milk carton program that quickly fell out of public favor, and that was the fact that if any family bought milk, which was most families in the United States, the missing child was now a centerpiece at their morning breakfast. And this effect was twofold. For the adults who saw a different child's face every time they went to the supermarket, they became desensitized to the kids they were seeing and stopped thinking about the intent of the program, which was to look for this specific child. Whereas the children who were sitting next to a child their age every morning with the words, "Have you seen me?" or missing across it, became more and more terrified. Pediatricians Benjamin Spock and T. Barry Brazelton were very open critics of the milk carton program because they said they had seen several children who developed this acute sense of paranoia after seeing so many faces of kids their age on these missing person cartons. And again, this would be fine if the milk carton program was saving children. I think we can all agree that the life of a child is more important than the comfort of another child. But as mentioned, it was debated if the milk carton program was doing any good at all, other than scaring kids and just vaguely raising the idea of stranger danger. A lot of the language and practices I see around this time seem like an overcorrection for me. In the 50s and 60s, children just kind of went missing.
Why pamper your face but give your
Whoa.
body the bare minimum? Get Hydration Boost Body Wash with hyaluronic.
And either from runaways or just going off with strangers, and people just kind of let it slip. So in the 80s, there was this massive course correction where any statistic that had to do with a kid not being at home at night was added on to scare all the other children into never talking to anyone ever. What also didn't help was the juxtaposition between the milk carton program and
I am
the
not
nature
scared of
missing
women.
children.
Women.
See, there were several cases of people thinking that the milk carton program was a good idea, and pretty much across the board in the beginning, everyone thought it was a good idea. Until, children started to get scared of anyone taller than them, but that's different. But there was this period of time where people really liked the idea. And every time that they would see a new child's face, they'd sit down with the family and be like, okay, this kid is Bobby Lawton, and he looks like this, he's about your height, so if any of us see Bobby, make sure to tell a police officer. And it was doing what the program was supposed to. It was getting families thinking about this missing child. And especially with some of the language I've seen around it, politicians had this weird Timmy stuck in the well mentality. Like, oh, these kids just got away from home, let's go get them. So people kind of got blindsided by, the nature of missing children. Because I probably don't have to tell you, but even in the modern age with tech and search equipment being as great as it is, if a child is kidnapped or even gone out of their house for more than 48 hours, the chances of finding them alive are not great. As a matter of fact, the majority of child murders happen shortly after the initial abduction. And the time it takes for an
Cutting the
investigation,
faces out of the empty cartons and trading them at the playground with other kids.
file the child as missing, and then a local dairy hears about it.
That's
gets
horrible.
A picture of the child, and then puts it out to be printed on their milk cartons and then distributed in stores. Not a good time frame. So while near the end of the program, like I mentioned, a lot of the faces on milk cartons weren't really missing children. They were just children who were filed as missing for one reason or the other. Even in the beginning, when it was like these high-profile missing children cases, by the time that face got to the dinner table, the chances of that kid being found weren't good. So it created this atmosphere where families would all invest themselves into this child, and then either through the news or talking to the police, it would be like, oh, well, what happened to old Timmy? And the police would be like, oh, his remains were found in the forest outside of town. He'd been there for weeks, it seems. Oh, what about little Sally? Well, it seems that
DJ
Sally was
Sabor
kidnapped by a
7, thanks for the
human
follow.
trafficking ring, and there's really no lead on the killer. She's probably out of the country at this point. Oh, and then that guy has to go home and tell his family that, and then another kid shows up on a milk carton, and that cycle continues until everyone's tired of seeing it. So once again, public favor began to fall. And while I've talked about a lot of the problems with the Missing Children Milk Carton program, it wasn't without its success stories either, including one of the most bizarre, crazy child abduction cases ever, which was that of Bonnie Loman. When Bonnie was 3 years old, she was kidnapped from her father by her mother. Bonnie's mother and stepfather spent the next couple years living in Saipan and Hawaii with Bonnie, hoping that they would eventually lose heat from the police as they had just kidnapped a child. Eventually, they moved to Colorado around the time that Bonnie is 7 years old. At this point, because again, Bonnie was a kidnapped child, she hadn't been enrolled in school or allowed to talk to really anyone outside of her mother and stepfather. But in Colorado, Bonnie began to make friends with the neighbors next door, and her father even took her out to town on rare occasion. On one of these occasions, they were walking through a grocery store, and Bonnie looked in the dairy aisle to see her own face on a milk carton. Now, since Bonnie was never placed in school, she wasn't able to read and didn't know that just above her face was the word missing. Bonnie was a child and just saw her face on a milk carton and thought it was weird. And in one account I heard from Bonnie, apparently her stepfather introduced the picture to her. Like they were walking through the grocery store and he's like, oh, would you look at this? Here's your face. Like, talk about overconfidence. So the stepfather bought the milk carton because Bonnie thought it was neat.
I'm surprised how long you've been streaming because I fell asleep and you're still on. I am. I still got a couple of hours to go, honestly. I stream for pretty long hours.
And after they finished the milk, he let her cut out her own picture on the side of the milk carton and keep it. So Bonnie would just play with the picture of herself on the milk carton because she thought it was neat. And one day she had left it in a box full of Barbie toys that she had taken over to her friend's house. And after leaving that box at her friend's house, her friend's parents opened it, saw the picture of Bonnie with the word missing above it, called the police. The police came and arrested Bonnie's mother and stepfather and returned Bonnie back to her dad. And that is, at least to my knowledge, the one time that a child's face on the side of a milk carton 100% directly led to the rescue of the child. And again, there were other cases of people saying that a child was saved because someone had recognized the picture from a milk carton, but Bonnie's the time that the milk carton did the heavy lifting. Can you imagine the bizarre nature of that?
When it comes to cereal disease protection, Bayer makes
of seeing your own picture on a milk carton and then getting older and realizing what that meant. Like, what a bizarre moment in history. But again, cases like this were few and far between, and most people continue to build criticism for the campaign as a whole. Another large criticism of the campaign was that the children featured on the side of milk cartons were overwhelmingly white, and normally whenever a minority child was shown on the side of a milk carton, it was a local program rather than a national program. So as you could imagine, people didn't take too kindly to that. And it seems as the program went on, like I mentioned, it went from high-profile missing persons cases to just a series of cases where children were reported missing, with a lot of them just being spousal disagreements or runaways. And like with those later cases, the police, the judge, and everyone knows that the parents got into a fight and one of them took the kid for a bit and they're going to go to court and everyone knows where the kid's at. So that person doesn't need random do-gooders stopping them on the street because they saw the kid's face on a milk carton. And a lot of people seem kind of stumped by why the quality that's a weird way to say it, why the requirements for missing children kind of dissolved over time. But I think there's a pretty easy explanation. Adam Garfinkel, a historian, notes that over the years, the government began to offer tax breaks to dairies who would feature kids' faces on the side of them because it was seen as a public service. Which means in the later years of this program, the more kids you show on a milk carton, the more you can get taken off your taxes. So I think I know why they quit caring. It also didn't help that a lot of the poster child cases for the milk carton program did not have happy endings. For example, Eden Patz, the first one who was shown nationally, was never found, and several of the details around the case are very grisly. Initially, there was a suspect who was arrested and questioned, who was a serial child abuser, but then they can never get anything on him. And then in 2017, someone else confessed to killing Eaton and went to jail, but then the validity of the confession has been called into question. Eugene Martin was never found, and there was never a lead in the case other than the person he talked to that morning in 1984. And Johnny Gorsh's case is particularly bizarre. In 1999, again, there had been no lead in Johnny Gorsh's case. He was the one who his dad found the wagon with the papers in it that morning in 1982. And from 1982 to 1999, there were no substantial leads in the case. Until in 1999, Johnny's mother said just in a conference one day, that in 1997, 2 grown men showed up at her house, and one of them claimed to be Johnny. She said that Johnny had a very specific birthmark on his chest, so she checked his chest, and sure enough, it was Johnny. So Johnny comes into her house, and they talk for an hour, where Johnny explains that he was kidnapped by a ring of human traffickers, and here, about 20 years later, had just now gotten out and likely would never see his mom again, as he is still in hiding from the traffickers. The police investigated her claims, could never find any leads. Someone came out saying that they knew Johnny because they were also kidnapped by that same ring of traffickers, but then that guy turned out to be lying. And a lot of people think that Johnny's mom just had a bit of a mental break and made the story up. And then in 2006, Johnny's mom came forward again, this time with a photograph that was left on her doorstep that depicted 3 men tied up and gagged, and one of them, according to her, was Johnny, now grown up. However, a police officer
thanks so
in
much for the
Florida
raid. I mean,
said
follow.
that
Fuck.
he knew the picture because a similar thing happened in the 1970s when the picture came across his desk as being a group of kidnapped people. So the police officer looked into the case and was able to track down all the men in the photograph and found out that it was just a willing photograph that the 3 men took. And it seems that in 2006, someone played a very sick prank on Johnny's mom by reusing the photograph.
Yeah, it's the
making
second
her
time
think
I've done
it was
that.
her own
Fuck.
son. So that goes to say, a lot of these cases, even the high-profile ones that the media would use as a benchmark, left people feeling more disturbed than encouraged. So between the debatable overall impact, the false attribution of missing children, the terror it caused both adults and children, the non-reporting of minority missing persons cases,
I'll bring my imaginary friends next time. Thank you.
from tax breaks given to dairies, you can probably see why the program quit. The final nail in the coffin for the Missing Children Milk Carton program came in 1996 with the invention of Amber Alert. The Amber Alert program, which is something
I'm
I've talked
gonna lay
about
down on
and
the floor
probably
for a
familiar
second.
with, allows the authorities to give real-time updates on the children, descriptions of the children, and descriptions of their captors and the vehicle they're using. Amber Alert allows people to have real-time updates, especially in that first crucial period of time after the child goes missing, in a way that the milk carton program never could. And similar modern advancements in technology have allowed much better chances for children that go missing. For example, in 1990, about 62% of missing children were found alive and well, whereas in 2011,
Oh, never-
97%
Get
of
up.
children were successfully recovered. And Amber Alert seems to have a significant part in that factor,
You
as in a
fucking-
2022
I
survey,
guess you can.
1,114 successful recoveries have occurred because of Amber Alert. And while I've talked about a lot of the controversies surrounding the milk carton program today, I truly believe that in the beginning and throughout all of it, there was at least a remnant of good faith people looking to help kids. In the beginning, it was entirely done out of the kindness of people's hearts. And the fact that 700 dairy plants around the United States took a cut of their profit, because remember, the kid occupies a space that an ad normally would, the fact that they did that, and by some estimates printed a total of over 5 billion milk cartons with missing children's faces, says a lot. And yes, numbers were bloated to incite public panic, and once tax breaks became involved, it became a whole business decision, but at least in the beginning, it was just people looking to help kids. While the milk carton program would slowly fade out in the years following the invention of Amber Alert in 1996, many believe Molly Bish in 2000 to be the last child ever featured on a milk carton. And sadly, as with many children featured on milk cartons, her body would be found 3 years later. I think the milk carton program is fascinating because, again, it comes from a time whenever people began to overcorrect for the, frankly, negligence that children received. Up until things like the Missing Children Milk Carton Program and the National Child Safety Council, there was no way to distinguish a missing adult from a missing child. And nowadays it seems ridiculous because the rules are completely changed, rules for searching and information are completely changed, but at the time it was just treated the same across the board. And things like the Missing Children Milk Carton program began to bring the concept of missing children into the public conscious to a degree that it eventually led to changes across the board. And had it not been for that program, things like Amber Alert and modern rules dictating how searches can be done and how quickly searches can be done for missing children never would have happened. So even if the program devolved to a point where it kind of lost track of what it originally was, and there was a lot of controversy that it scared
that was
kids
nice.
and led the public wrong, I still think it was an overall good. Because when I look at figures like 1,114 children saved because of Amber Alert, that number never would have happened if it wasn't for the faces of Eugene Martin and Johnny Gorsh showing up on a Des Moines milk carton in 1984
That is disrespectful.
set all of it in motion. And I also think it's interesting to learn about, because there was an entire generation of people who their childhood before school was
Wait,
growing
what?
up
Do I have to be more
at the
specific? I
face
like
of a
laying on the
child
floor.
they probably never knew, but now would be
I don't know
ingrained in
how
their
else I'm
mind
supposed to
forever
articulate that
as
to you.
the missing kid who ate breakfast with them every day. It's such a bizarre and weird moment in history to think about.
Isn't
And again, one that I think was necessary,
superstitions,
but almost
black
has this
cats and voodoo
macabre nature whenever
dolls.
we look back on it.
I feel a premonition
And if you stuck around
that
this long in
girl's
the
gonna
video,
make me
hopefully you think
fall.
it's fascinating too. And see, I told you it would be depressing.
Give me sensations, little cakes in the candlelight.
It means the most to me.
You're welcome. You gotta do what you can. Okay, Jesus. Excuse me. Make you take your clothes off and go dancing in the rain. And I'm feeling through your plane. Upside, inside out, living la vida loca. Push and pull you down, living la vida loca. Lips are devil red, and his skin is the color of mocha.
You love to be a part of people's
That is a fucking advertisement, yeah. Advertisement, yeah. Advertisement,
The
yeah.
next part of the serial killer iceberg.
Yay,
For one, I'm not
serial
in my
killer
usual
iceberg.
place. I'm on vacation, so I had to make a makeshift corner for this. But I wanted to get this video out to you guys as soon as possible, so here we are. Also, yes, why this is the next part of the serial killer iceberg. This entire video is going to be over only one tier, and I'm going to explain why. If I had to guess the way that the tiers are segmented for this iceberg, they're by different categories of serial killers.
Are you on this
And
list?
if
No.
that's true, this has to be the weird ones. Like, to give you an idea, in my notebook, normally an episode of, say, the conspiracy theory iceberg will take up maybe 3/4 of a page or 1 page. This one tier of the serial killer iceberg was 2 full pages because there's so many weird details that it would be criminal to leave them out. Like, for real, some of the details about these killings make people like Ted Bundy look like just a loser in comparison. I mean, he was a loser, but even more of a loser, but you get what I mean. So even though I wanted to do 2 or 3 tiers for this video, given how long
fuck would I even look
figured
at
this would
the
take, or how long
hyena?
you could tell it would take by the time of the video. So much research went into this, and I wanted to do it right because, again, you all are going to want to hear this. I figured I'd just do this video about all of the weird ones, because I'm sure that you guys would like to get into the weird details rather than me just leaving you here all wet. All wet. All wet. Hey everyone, so I know what you're thinking. Why isn't he wearing the shirt? Why is his hair messed up? Why does he look wet? And it's because I just fell into a lake. And no, I'm not kidding. I was on a jet ski and the jet ski kept going and I did not. Don't worry, it was only almost a tragedy and everything's fine now. But whenever I fell into the water, I got all my stuff wet. I got my electronic keys wet. I got my cards wet, which is cool. But guess what stayed dry and stayed working through the whole thing? That's right, my Raycon earbuds. I'm gonna finish the rest of this in normal clothes because I'm cold, and we are back to the video.
Anyway.
So without further ado, we're gonna go ahead and get into tier 4 of the serial
You're
killer
liberal. You
iceberg.
claim to have a
But
wolf
as
cub, but you're clearly a
always,
hyena.
Thank you for watching. Clifford Olson, also known as the Beast of British Columbia, which there we go with the cool names again, was convicted of the murder of 11 children in the early 1980s. The way he went about most of these killings is he would catch the children either while they were on their own or abduct them from a crowd, to which he would strangle them and then leave their body in a secretive location. He was eventually caught by the police, in which he made a really weird deal to give up the locations of the bodies of the kids he killed. Clifford made a deal with the Canadian police that he would be given 10,000 Canadian dollars for every body that he shows them. That money would be deposited into a pension fund that would go to his wife and at the time infant son, saying that even though he doesn't care about these children that he murdered, he did however care about his wife and kid. And for some reason the police agreed to that deal and ended up giving his wife and son 100,000 Canadian dollars for the 10 bodies that Clifford showed them, although he threw in an 11th one which he said was a freebie. The public wasn't made initially aware of that deal until the trial, to which people were then outraged that the person who killed their children was given $10,000 for showing the police where the body was. Despite this, nothing changed in the agreement, and Clifford was given a life sentence. But due to the way Canadian law worked at the time, Clifford was eligible for parole after 25 years, so the judge said at the sentencing hearing of the trial that Clifford should never ever under any circumstances be let out. Of course, Clifford still tried for parole, and in his 2006 parole hearing, he said that he should be let go because he gave the United States a warning about 9/11 and that they had granted him clemency for it. Which, let me remind you, for one, Clifford was being jailed in Canada, and two, no, he didn't. You got to think about it. This is 5 years after 9/11. And at his parole hearing, in which he's supposed to convince a group of people that he is not crazy or a threat to society, he tells them that the United States freed him because he warned them about 9/11. Of course, he wasn't let out for that, but that wasn't the end of his weird prison controversy. After this news got to the public that Clifford had been drawing on essentially a social security system in Canada that applies to people over the age of 65, and that he was basically getting his retirement fund deposited into an account that he could access if he ever got out. So keep in mind, this is the second time that Clifford has got a lot of money from the Canadian government while either on trial or in jail for murdering children. And at this point, the account had been going for several years, so the dude had like 30 grand if he ever got out. But this time the authorities actually looked into it and was like, hey, we should probably do something, and killed the account. And despite all these shenanigans, Clifford died of natural causes while in prison in 2011. Leonard Lake is responsible for 11 to 25 killings of women at a remote cabin in California during the mid-80s. As a child, Leonard was raised by his grandmother, who had interesting ways of encouraging his behavior. For example, when he was young, he would begin to do things like photograph pictures of the female members of his family while they were naked, like in the shower or something rather. And his grandmother found out about it and encouraged it, apparently, saying it was some artistic expression or whatever. And then he started doing things like melting rats in acid, to which again his grandma was like, oh, kids and their hobbies. And this steadily building mean streak kept getting bigger, and his grandma kept not doing anything about it. This came to a head when, while in Vietnam during the war, he had a mental breakdown during a combat mission. For this, Leonard was discharged and sent back home to the US. It was around this time that Leonard got really into the hippie lifestyle and even married a hippie who then later divorced him whenever she found out that he was filming adult movies that she wasn't aware of. It was shortly after this that Leonard befriended another Vietnam vet by the name of Charles Nag.
So fucking weird, man.
At this remote cabin in the middle of the woods. It was during this time that Leonard and Charles would get together, kidnap women, bring them in, torture them, do explicit
Oh my god, I'm so fucking sleepy. I shouldn't have laid down on the ground. Now I'm fucking tired.
Similar to the adult films that Leonard used to make. We'll talk in a second about how they got rid of the bodies and all of that, but they probably would have gotten away with it a lot longer if it hadn't been
wasn't
for
for
a
you
really
meddling
stupid move
kids.
that Charles made. See, Charles had a track record beforehand of being a petty thief. He would just go to stores and randomly steal stuff. One day, Charles was in a hardware store in which he stole a vise for some reason and then left. Charles told Leonard, who said, well, you know, we don't want to hurt the economy or whatever. So Leonard went back to the hardware store to pay for the vice. By the time Leonard got there, the police were there taking up a report from the person behind the counter. So Leonard walks in and says, "Hey, it was my buddy who stole the vice. Let me just pay for it." The police, immediately suspicious, asked for his ID, to which Leonard handed them the ID of one of his murder victims. See, the way that Leonard and Charles would do it is they would catch whole families at a time, murder all of the men, and normally just keep the woman alive for torture. So they had all of these trophies they had accumulated over time. So when Leonard handed the officer a picture of a man who, upon search, had been reported missing for a while, they go outside and take a look in Leonard's car, and sitting in the passenger seat is a pistol with an illegal suppressor on the end of it. So that's odd. So they brought Leonard in for questioning. As soon as he got brought in for questioning, he popped 4 cyanide pills that he had hidden in his jacket and killed himself there in the interrogation room. Or at least he seized up and went comatose. Technically, he died 4 days later, but same difference. Which, imagine being the police in this situation. You get a call that a vice has been stolen. So you go there and the guy's like, "Hey, it was my buddy, let me pay for it." So they're like, "Why don't you come down to the station?" And he just kills himself. Like, whoa, hold on. It wasn't that serious, bro. This gave the police ample opportunity to
Even I actually give them the Fernando Jake ID instead of my Leonard Lake ID.
Found the full display of what they had been doing. Constructed next to the cabin was a structure that the investigators later called a dungeon that was full of various restraints and torture devices and looked like something out of a horror movie. It was there while searching the property that they figured out that the way the two of them would get rid of their victims is by melting their bodies in acid. Remember how earlier when he was a kid, he would do the same thing to rats? Well, now he does that, but to, like, you know, people. What couldn't be melted was then compiled up and then buried around the property itself, which the police began to find. While also searching the property, they found something that was labeled a treasure map, which while following it, they managed to find several barrels that were full of personal effects, clothing, IDs, and stuff like that. As well as in these barrels, they found several videos of the two of them committing these crimes. That's the reason that the murders are 11 to 25, because while yes, they found remains of at least 11 different people on the property, they found personal belongings and
a lot of the Germa face horror movies. Are you talking about Smile?
Charles' lawyer during the trial,
I love
didn't
Smile.
ask any questions to the witnesses that came forward and seemingly just threw.
It's not the best movie ever, but it definitely is a movie.
At all. But my own theory is that it specifically says that he began to stop asking questions and all that after the evidence was brought forward, or in other words, the tapes. So perhaps this lawyer was looking to defend Charles until he saw videos of him torturing
it's a concept, right?
and
Basically
brutalizing these women, and from the logs of what was said in the videos, it was pretty brutal. That maybe the lawyer just decided he didn't want to save this guy's life and just let the case carry on. Either way, to this day, Charles is still in prison on death row. Gilbert Paul Jordan, known as the Boozing Barber, which that one's like on the line of goofy and cool, so I'll let it slide, is responsible for the alcohol murders. While it's believed that he killed between 8 to 10 women, he has only ever been convicted of one charge of manslaughter. The reason being his murder weapon, as the name suggests, was alcohol. The way he would do this is he would get women to come over to his apartment, most often sex workers, to which he would then pay them to see how much they could drink. Whenever the women inevitably passed out, he would then tilt their head back and pour alcohol down their throats until they died of alcohol poisoning. And that's the reason that even though he murdered like...
Sorry, I didn't mean to say yay there, my bad.
...get him on one charge of manslaughter, because it's really hard to prove that, you know, he did that rather than just he was hooking up with someone and they drank too much. Even though, while apparent and looking at the evidence, it's very clear he killed these people, especially given the number of people that it happened to. It's hard from like a legal standpoint to say either, oh, you killed this person, or oh, they accidentally killed themselves. Also, the drinking was not exclusive to his victims. It is reported that this guy drank 50 ounces of vodka every day and somehow didn't die of alcohol poisoning himself. After like the 8th death, it became apparent to the police what he was doing, so they started listening in at his house, to which he could be heard telling the women, oh, I'll give you $50 if you drink that bottle, but $100 if you can drink both of them, actually, I'll just make it 200 if you can drink that, and so on and so on. Which, for these poor women who most of the time were in a struggling spot anyway in order to make money, this was an offer they couldn't pass up, but sadly led to their end. But as mentioned, they only ever got him on one manslaughter charge, to which he served 9 years before being released. And then, almost as soon as he was released, he got arrested for being at a bar and trying to force alcohol on a woman. To which he pretty much gets a warning, gets back out, and then at a hotel party, almost kills a woman, but her friend managed to get into the room and save her as he was pouring alcohol down her throat, to which he was only given 15 months for like reckless endangerment. So he gets out and then gets in trouble for doing the exact same thing again and gets off with no penalty. I have no idea how you can look at someone who has definitely done it 8 to 10 times, tried to do it 2 more times, each after getting arrested, and then now you're sitting there on the 3rd time and you're like, you know what? I think he's innocent. However, he eventually died in 2006 of, guess what? You guessed it, alcohol poisoning. It's pretty pathetic that like such a sicko, despite everyone on this list who like showed proof that if given the chance they would do it again, got the lightest sentencing, like 9 years and then the 15 months and released 3 times between them, and he never got any better. So thanks, justice system. Rehabilitation. Cool. Robert Pickton was convicted in 2007 of the 2nd-degree murder of 6 women, although that probably isn't even close to how many he actually killed. The police initially wanted to charge him with another 20, and then to an undercover agent who was in jail with Pickton, Pickton said that he had killed 49 and wanted to kill 1 more woman to make it an even 50. At a young age, Robert Pickton lived with his family on a family-run pig farm. Something that is too weird to not mention is one of the reasons he later said was the cause for his crimes is that at a young age, he really fell in love with like this baby calf, and he just had a connection to it. And then, you know, it's a slaughterhouse farm, so one day the calf gets slaughtered, and that just like flipped a switch in his mind, which I don't necessarily think if a kid loses their pet, they just automatically become a serial killer, but whatever, his word. When Robert's parents died, the control of the pig farm fell on him and his brother, but his brother really didn't want anything to do with the slaughterhouse pig side of it, so Robert picked it up and lived on a trailer on the property. Deciding to update it a bit, Robert converted the barn into a sort of bar strip club area that was known as the Piggy Palace Good Time Society. It was a popular place for raves and strip shows at the time and was commonly visited by the Hells Angels. However, it was during one of these parties that he stabbed one of the strippers, to which she took the knife and stabbed him back, and they both ended up going to the same hospital. The woman, who had a handcuff around her wrist, said that it had been Pickton who handcuffed her and then tried to stab her, to which she managed to wrestle the weapon away and stab him, pointed out that the key to her handcuff was in Pickton's pocket, to which when the people at the hospital checked, it was, and they managed to unlock her. However, he never saw trial for this because no attorney thought that her story would stand up because she tested positive for several drugs and she was a less than desirable candidate. I don't know, you know how the law works. So he pretty much got off with the situation scot-free. However, there was a local police officer who noticed that several of the women who worked on the corners or sex workers who would normally come and talk to him throughout the day began to disappear. He started to think something was weird about this, so he asked one who said that the most recent missing person had went to go check out the old pig place. To which it turned out that several of these women who Pickton had picked up to bring back to his property had just disappeared. Given that and the previous stabbing history, the police launched an investigation to which they found several personal effects of those women who went missing on his property. However, his argument was, yeah, they came over, maybe they dropped a card or a purse or whatever. I don't know, stop bothering me. And they can never get anything conclusive because they were never able to find any body parts. To which the absolutely horrifying idea came forward that perhaps because it's a pig farm and perhaps because he ships out meat, that he's either using the bodies as food for the pigs or even worse, food that he's shipping out. This was such a concern that a notice went out to several of the pork markets in the area to check their meat concentration because it may not be pork. Eventually, the police managed to obtain enough of a warrant that they were able to search his actual trailer, to which they found several of the bloody clothes and effects of the women who went missing. And searching after that, they managed to find skulls and other various bones that were scattered around the property. Also, inside the trailer, they found a lot of other weird things, like a bunch of syringes containing a little bit of a blue liquid in them, as well as a pistol that he had placed.
Doodle dude. Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in.
Anatomical device, I think I'm safe on that one, on the end of it, saying it worked as a makeshift suppressor. Another thing they found in the trailer was several videos of Robert with
I also drink a little bit. That might be also why I'm so sleepy.
In which he mentioned
Whoa, Wendigoon videos. Yeah, we're watching some Wendigoon while we wind down for today.
Of windshield wiper fluid, and then have
Check
them
this out, I'm
inject
drawing
it into
boobies.
themselves, thinking it's a drug and that will kill them. Hence the blue liquid in the syringes that was found, as well as videos of him taking the bodies, cutting them up.
How are you? How was your? Oh wait.
See, for those that don't know,
how was your stream?
Pigs are all like cute and sweet whenever they're domesticated and around, but pigs in the wild are like really feral. And by really feral, I mean they're not only scavengers, but they'll rip bigger animals apart in groups and then eat them. So there's kind of a belief on pig farms that don't let them smell your blood or see your blood.
A little bit of Wendigooning as a closer.
So all Robert had to do was take these bodies,
the 30 to 50 wild hogs, also known as my frequent chatters.
And to you right now who's watching this while eating spaghetti with marinara or meat sauce, you're welcome for that visual. Thankfully,
hell yeah.
However, he had never sent the body parts off with the meat he was shipping out, so I guess that's one plus. And the reason he was only ever tried for 6 murders is because all the other murders and stuff around them, the initial 20 that the police wanted to charge him for, were circumstantial, as there wasn't actually recorded evidence of their bodies and just some stuff found. And the judge knew that if you take it from 6 murders to 26 murders, there's more evidence of like a mistrial that could happen, or in other words, the defense could poke holes in more stories. And the judge just wanted to stick to a solid 6 so they could lock this guy away for good. However, for some reason, maybe just a really good defense attorney or what, the jurors were like,
hate to read and run, but I am tired from work and stream.
Like,
hell yeah.
Stuff during the trial.
Go ahead, bruh. See you later.
Have done that, which never heard that one before. Or like how he doesn't deserve all that, which like it's got to be like one of the most brutal serial killers ever. But these people are just like, oh well.
Okay, I think that I'm gonna finish this tomorrow, and I'm gonna spend the rest of the stream just doodling for a little bit.
Asked the judge if they could rule that he was guilty for it, but that he wasn't responsible for his actions, and not in like an insanity plea
Those
way.
moves are so tough, though.
He didn't know what he was doing, like he's a child or something. I don't know. Which is the reason he was only ever eventually given the sentence of 6 second-degree murders, because the jury demanded that they take it from first degree.
What do you guys want me to draw?
Second. But like,
you miss
so
any of my
implies
characters?
that it was a spur of the moment
or
thing,
otherwise?
and you didn't like plan the killings in advance.
Oh,
but this dude literally had syringes full of the windshield wiper, and he hid the bodies and had plans to get rid of them.
Judge.
Like it's as first degree can get. And even stupider, the sentence for 6 second-degree murders is the same as the sentence for 6 first-degree murders. So he still got life in prison with a chance of parole in 25 years, which he would have got. It's so dumb.
Thank you for this fine meal on this night.
Jesus Christ, beautiful. Thank you for the 55. Holy shit. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, dude. No problem. We'll finish it tomorrow when we got more time and I've got more brain power.
Either way, Picton is currently serving a life sentence, to which he will be first eligible for parole in 2032. So fingers crossed that those jurors are not on the parole board. Wayne Williams was convicted of the murder of 2 men in 1981. However, as we're going to talk about in a second, it's possible that the actual murders were up to like 30. See, Wayne Williams was a sort of disc jockey on the radio and had ambitions of being a pop music producer. Around this time, something was going on called the Atlanta child murders, in which in the city of Atlanta there were several children being murdered and their bodies found several days later. And since several of the bodies were found around the same location floating down the river in Atlanta, it was believed that it was all done by one killer. One morning, the police were scoping out a bridge where it was believed the bodies were being disposed of, to which while sitting there, they heard a loud splash, implying that something had just been thrown from the bridge above. The police then race over to the end of the bridge, to which the only one on it at the time was Wayne Williams. They pulled him over, asked what he was doing at this hour, to which he said
Thanks for the follow.
town to meet a young woman who was about to become a famous singer. He gave them a name and a phone number, which both later turned out to be fake. And sure enough, 2 days later, they found a body that had sank underwater right at the spot that Wayne had thrown it over, or supposedly Wayne had thrown it over. Because of this, Wayne was brought in, to which he failed 3 polygraph tests, and his DNA was found on the body of not only that one victim that fell in the water, but another one who had been recently killed that still had DNA remains on him. Not only that, but after Wayne was arrested, the serial killing spree of the Atlanta child murders stopped all at once. And then while at trial, while being questioned on why he did the crimes and being attacked by the prosecution, he got incredibly angry and started yelling and screaming, which supposedly, turned the jury against him. To which he said during the trial that he was being framed by the Atlanta police for a killing that was actually being committed by the Ku Klux Klan. And while several people came forward in years since saying there's no way he could have done it, most of the arguments come down to, well, he was a good guy, so it's impossible that he could have done it, which you know how that goes. So why am I not saying definitively that Wayne killed these people? Well, that's because while there is a lot of evidence showing that he did, there's just enough for my conspiracy theorist mind to not 100% just say, yeah, this is the dude that did it. The main reason for that is a guy by the name of Charles Sanders. See, Charles Sanders was a chief KKK member who was also being investigated for the child murders around the same time. However, of course, whenever they found Wayne and all this happened, they let Charles go, and at the same time, Charles had passed all his polygraph tests. But even though Wayne failed his and Charles passed his, polygraphs aren't 100% perfect, and there's a lot that go into them, so it's not like conclusive. And the Atlanta child murders themselves were happening to young black children in Atlanta, which on Wayne's side was seen as just victims of opportunity, but to a KKK leader obviously has racial implications. Also, one of the main things that ended up convicting Wayne is that several of the other victims that were found had traces of not only his DNA, like the 2 I mentioned before, but traces of his dog's DNA, as well as DNA from his carpet. But because the DNA was so degraded at the point it was retrieved, it's not 100% exact match. Instead, it's like a 80% match. Like, for example, whenever they pulled the DNA from the other people and said it matched Wayne's, it actually was like down to a percentile of black men who may be living in Atlanta, or it could be someone else. And also the dog hair samples that supposedly matched Wayne's dog that was found on the victims actually just kind of matched that breed of dog. And Charles Sanders supposedly said, "Thank God we have the same kind of dog and carpet," implying that he is responsible for several of the murders. But that statement itself came from a reporter, and it's like third-hand information at this point, so there's no way to verify it, and it's really messy. It's so messy, as a matter of fact, that last year the Atlanta police announced that they are going to retest Wayne's DNA against the DNA found just to be double sure. Because at this point, like one of the investigators said, it's like 98% sure that Wayne was the killer. However, they want to be 100% sure. And to give you an idea of how convoluted it is, one leading theory is that Wayne committed like half of the Atlanta child murders, and either Sanders or someone else committed the other half. Like I said, really murky waters. Herbert Mullen confessed to killing 13 people in the 1970s, for some interesting reasons. Herbert was pretty normal growing up and through high school. However, the first signs that something was off was shortly after he graduated high school, one of his close friends died in a car accident, to which Herbert then made a shrine of his friend in his house. He then got this overwhelming fear that he was homosexual because it was the 1960s and that kind of thing was frowned upon. So he let his family place him in a mental institution, although he left shortly afterwards. Shortly after leaving, he did things like beginning to burn himself with cigarettes, and he tried to become a priest for a while and then got kicked out of an apartment he was living in because he would be up all night screaming at people who weren't there. And investigators later said that he was suffering from paranoid schizophrenia, which, yeah, probably. That also wasn't helped by the fact that he was known to smoke weed and take LSD all the time, which I'm sure just made his schizophrenia super fun. It was around this time that voices in his head began to tell him that he had to begin performing human sacrifices to stop earthquakes from hitting the California area. This was around the end of the war in Vietnam, so he said that Vietnam was doing enough of the killing for now, but as soon as the war's over, he needs to start doing the job himself. He killed the first of his victims after he pulled his vehicle on the side of the road and asked a homeless man to come take a look at the engine. While he was looking at the engine, he said he could hear the homeless man speaking into his mind that the homeless man was Jonah from the Bible and that it was now time to sacrifice him to stop the earthquakes. So Herbert pulled out a baseball bat and beat the man to death on the side of the road. He then murdered a woman before feeling guilty about it and going to a priest to confess his sins. However, in the confessional booth, as he was confessing,
kill me and
he
you will
believed
be
that the priest
reincarnated
wanted
as a
to be the
lotus
next
flower.
sacrifice. So he got out of his booth, walked over to the priest, stabbed him to death, and then left. Also, the police were none the wiser to this because, like, for example, someone saw him running away after stabbing the police, so they just thought that it was a robber for some reason. And shortly after this, Herbert tried to join the Marines so that he could kill more. However, he wasn't allowed to because he failed the drug test. Because he failed his drug test and therefore couldn't do as much killing as he wanted to, he saw that drugs were the reason that he wasn't going to be able to stop the earthquakes. And so he needs to get back at the person who introduced him to drugs. So he decided to track down his high school dealer who first sold him marijuana. He went to the house where the dealer used to live, asked the lady who was now living there where to find his address. She gave them the address. So then Herbert drove to the guy's new house, killed him and his wife, before driving back to the original house and murdering that woman and her children. This detail was very damning to him in court because the defense's argument was not guilty by reason of insanity, but the fact that he went back supposedly to cover up evidence that he was ever looking for the dealer in the first place gave the prosecution enough regard to say he was in charge of his actions. Look, he did this just to cover up evidence. Not long after this, he went to a state park to which there were 4 teenagers camping there illegally. He said he was a park ranger and that they had to leave. They laughed at him and he shot them all to death. Which, it's not funny, I'm not trying to make light of it, but imagine being one of those teens and the park ranger's like, hey, you gotta go. And you're like, no, and he just shoots you. He was eventually caught. While driving through a neighborhood, he saw a man mowing his lawn and just got out of the car, grabbed a rifle,
serial killer named
shot
Herbert.
him in the front yard with a ton of people watching, slowly got back in his car and just kept driving at a normal speed. And the police caught him like 3 minutes later, to which he didn't even resist arrest and was just like, I wonder how you got me. He was found guilty and confessed to the murders, and like I said earlier, didn't get away with insanity because he tried to cover up evidence. And one of the weirdest things to mention, while he was in jail, he had a cell for a long time right next to Ed Kemper, the co-ed killer, who is the really tall, charismatic guy that I talked about in the first part of the serial killer iceberg. Ed said that in the early days of Herbert being there, he would keep singing all the time and it annoyed everyone. So he just started splashing water onto Herbert until he quit. And then after that, Ed began giving him peanuts for good behavior. And they kind of got along in that weird relationship, which I'm not trying to make light of like the horrible, evil things these men did, but it's so weird to imagine two serial killers and one of them just feeding the other peanuts through the bars. And Herbert Mullen is still in jail to this day. Paul Bernardo is responsible for a lot of sexual crimes, however, has only ever been convicted of 3 murders that he committed with his wife.
Shut up, man. Don't
Carla
say that.
Malka. At a young age, Paul's father was arrested for child molestation, which it's believed Paul kind of internalized and
Stop it, you're scaring him.
Dad. Not only this, but Paul began to hate his mother, saying that it was her fault that her dad turned to things. Paul also expressed a lot of dangerous signs at a young age. Like, for example, when he was in high school and just out of high school, he was known to beat women that he would go out with. That was until he met Carla, who he began to beat and do those things to, and she really liked it. Not only did she like it, she vastly encouraged these violent sexual acts. Around the time he was beginning to know Carla, it's believed that he committed around 18 sexual assaults against women. And then after meeting Carla, it got a lot worse. That started with Tammy, who was Carla's sister. See, despite the fact that Paul and Carla were engaged at this point, Paul kept coming on to Tammy, again, Carla's sister, and Carla enjoyed it. So much so that she would do things like break Tammy's windows. That way Paul could like open them up and watch her sleep. And eventually Carla began drugging Tammy so that Paul could have his way with her. However, Tammy continuously kept waking up during these events, which I'm not sure if Tammy would have been in a frame of mind to recognize what was going on, because even though she was conscious during points when she would sort of come on to Paul and Paul would make out with her, whatever, back and forth, it seems she wasn't aware of the extent that Paul was abusing her. This culminated one night in which Carla said for a Christmas gift to Paul, she had completely drugged Tammy so that he could do whatever he wanted. However, she used way too much, and during the events that ensued, Tammy threw up and choked to death on her own vomit. Paul and Carla immediately cleaned up the scene, make it look like they were never there, and then called the police, to which when the police got there, they said that Tammy had drank so much that she passed out and then subsequently threw up and suffocated. And I know this is really gross, but again, this is a serial killer iceberg. What did you expect? As soon as like they took away Tammy's body, Carla dressed up as Tammy and then continued the acts, which is so Eventually, Paul and Carla got married, to which for their wedding gift, Carla had picked up a 15-year-old girl who she had drugged as Paul's wedding gift. Now, like I said, they're responsible for the murders of 3 people, one of those being Tammy. However, it's thought that what happened most of the time is Carla would kidnap a girl who would be unconscious. Paul would do disgusting things, and then they would leave her somewhere to which she wake up and never be the wiser. Or in other words, it seems like the ones that actually died were more so accidents. And again, that doesn't relieve them of any of the consequences that they should face for these actions, just that they didn't mean to kill them because they didn't really know how to handle it afterwards. For example, whenever they were doing this to a 14-year-old girl who died during the process, they didn't know what to do, so he quickly ran to a local hardware store, bought a bunch of cement, and then dismembered her body, encased the pieces of her in these cement blocks, and then took them to the nearby coast to throw into the ocean. However, one of these cement blocks that he had built was way too big and weighed like 200 pounds, so he just kind of sloppily rolled it out of the back of the car, to which later a fisherman saw it, thought it was weird, called the police, they cracked it open and found a body part, and then they looked and found the other body parts, to which they actually ID'd the girl who was murdered by her orthodontist equipment. Around this time, police began to get suspicious of the couple because they were reported like taking pictures of girls as they were leaving school, or just being really creepy to like teenage girls out at restaurants and stuff in the area. However, they can never get something conclusive enough to stick. That is until one day they kidnapped a 15-year-old girl in the middle of the street as she was walking home from school with like a whole town watching. They did this by Paul walking up behind her with a knife and then Carla grabbing her hair and then dragging her into the car. People didn't immediately recognize the couple, but it started this full-scale manhunt where everyone was looking for the couple around this time. And just the next day, Carla went into work, although she was covered in several bruises, because the beating that Paul did wasn't exclusive to the victims. Remember, Carla also enjoyed how he would do that to her, and it's so awful. To which investigators around started to put together clues that they were looking for a young couple, and then a young woman matching that description is beaten and bruised. So whenever she was eventually convinced to go to the hospital by her co-workers for the injuries on her, the police confronted her, said, "We know who you are," and she confessed. Now, while it's not sure why she made this confession, and some people think maybe she had a change of heart, I disagree, and I think she only did it because she realized the police are everywhere and they're probably not going to get away with this for much longer. Also, Carla cut a deal that in exchange for her testimony against Paul, she would only receive 12 years in jail. Now, I know that's like nothing compared to what she deserved for the crimes that she committed, but also at the time, the prosecution team did not have evidence or any idea really of the extent that this couple went to, so the idea of the battered wife who was forced into this role made sense. However, as soon as the trial started, turns out they had recorded all of these actions they committed against these girls, as well as the murders, and it was videos of Paul and Carla enjoying it during the whole thing. The prosecution then said at trial if they had seen these tapes before, they would never have cut the 12-year deal with Carla. Carla also said that the actual number of women that Paul assaulted either with or without her is closer to around 30. However, the information that Carla brought forward was enough to get Paul put in jail for life. And again, she served 12 years and then was released. I also have to mention this side note. Paul was absolutely obsessed with the book American Psycho, which was later made into a movie. So, like,
Plastic Attacker 133, thanks for the follow.
There was never any spirit of guilt or whatever. He thought that he was cool and suave for being able to attack and kill women in this way. He essentially thought of himself as some sort of renegade or cool guy who's just outside of the system. And I want to emphasize that for everyone out there, as his next parole hearing is 4 days from the recording of this video, or in other words, on June the 22nd of 2021. So let's hope that that doesn't happen, because after reading all the details of the murder,
Which video are you watching? I am watching the weirdest serial killers iceberg.
Like, there's a ton of people on this list, and a ton of people I've talked about already
By a
who are just
Wendigoon.
awful and low down and scummy, but it's so much more annoying to me to where they think of themselves as some Superman about it, and they like compare themselves to a book or movie character because they think they're just so suave for like catching and murdering women. Like, it's just so gross. And like this is a little cheesy to bring up, but that Penelope Scott song, A Lot of True Crime, I've been listening to a lot while researching this, because that lyric about you're not special for winning a game with someone you knew was never playing. Like, yeah, these guys aren't cool. They're not bad. There's not any like cool characteristic to them. They just caught someone off guard, murdered them, and then with cases like this, they think that makes them like superior for some reason. But no, you're just like a loser and a jerk. And this, I don't know who I'm talking to because it's like they're never going to watch. I hope they never watch this or get the opportunity to. But like, it's I hate like the. Okay, I hate this is a total weird rant. Has nothing to do with it. I hate like the romanticization that happens for serial killers like this. And you know what I'm talking about, people who make like the fan edits of like the Columbine shooters or Ted Bundy, because these are the most depraved, awful people in society. And then every now and then you get a loser like Paul who thinks that makes him a cool or a bad guy. And then there's people in society who like reaffirm those characteristics. And it's just depressing that like bad people don't get treated as such. So that was a totally random topic to get off of parole, but whatever. Like, I just really hate these guys. Either way, that'll do it for tier 4 of the serial killer iceberg. And again, I know it was only one tier and I'm sorry about that. But like I explained at the beginning and like you saw from all that information, there was a lot to go over with these guys. So rather than like skipping out, I mean, you all know I don't care about making long videos, but rather than skipping out, I would rather take the time to talk about everything in detail rather than like half covering something. Because if you're coming to this video and you're watching this, I figure, you know, you're like interested in the topic. So where's the...
Let's find another one to watch. What is the difference between the weirdest serial killers and the oddest?
Hello everybody and welcome to the next part of the serial killer iceberg. Same as with the last video in this series, there is a lot to go into with all these, and a lot of the details are too cool not to talk about, or should I say too messed up or gross or cool in a weird way, I guess. So this video is going to be a comprehensive look at tier 5 of the iceberg. One announcement I want to say off the bat before we get started is I am proud to announce that I have started a second YouTube channel. Go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching.
Does he still use this channel? Hold on. Oh. The last time he used it was 4 weeks ago. And before that was 2 months ago. He has a plushie?
Everybody,
yeah.
And welcome to the next part of... Samuel Little was an active serial killer for over 35 years leading up to his arrest in 2005. He confessed to a total of 93 murders, with 60 of those murders being confirmed, which, for those keeping score, is the record in the United States. The majority of Samuel's crimes were sexually motivated. As a young boy, he said he developed an affinity for women's necks after, while he was in kindergarten, he saw his teacher rub her neck one day, and that just flipped a switch in his brain. And throughout his teen years, he began to collect true crime novels and books that had depictions of men strangling women. This started him down a violent path of assault that began to culminate into other crimes and eventually murder. By the time of his final arrest in 2005, Samuel had been arrested for DUI, fraud, shoplifting, solicitation, armed robbery, aggravated assault, rape, and, of course, the murder. What was especially terrifying to me about Samuel is watching his tapes. He seems like one of the kindest people you'll ever meet. Of course, at the time of his arrest, he's a senior citizen, but every single interview he does, it feels like just a grandpa telling a story, and this is even something the interrogators mentioned. He would talk casually about what the weather was like, what he was doing that day, in the way any older relative would tell you a story about their childhood, and then he'll just throw in the detail of who he murdered and how he did it. Not only that, but he remembered very specific details about all of the women, all of the details of what they looked like, how they behaved, and where he eventually left the body. And like I said, it's doubly creepy because if you take his descriptions of these girls out of context and just play them as is, it sounds exactly like some veteran from the war talking about a woman he fell in love with overseas. Like, there's this weird nostalgic reminiscence to it, and then you add on the last like minute where he's like, but yeah, I killed her and dumped her in the lake, but she was pretty. It's what makes cases like this particularly disturbing, because it really highlights the whole it could be any one ideology. Another detail about him is he was incredibly squeamish around the sight of blood, which is why all of the killings he did were strangulations, which also the whole neck thing I mentioned earlier, but he also did things like drowning and beating people to death. This is again because he was squeamish around the sight of blood, but it also turned out to be very beneficial to him down the line because he never really left a ton of DNA evidence anytime he killed somebody. In one story of a time that he was almost arrested and caught for the murders was whenever he had a dead body in his back seat, parked on the side of the road, and a police car pulled up, and as the cop was getting out of his car, he climbed into the back seat and then came out the side door and started zipping up his pants to make it look like he was just with a woman. So whenever the cop's there with the flashlight, he's like, whoa, what's going on? And Samuel says, oh, you know, me and my wife are just fooling around. So the cop walks up to the window, shines the light directly on the body, staring into the face of the woman in there. Samuel says, well, she may be a little drunk, and the cop says, all right, you kids get out of here. Which it's so harrowing to think that he was that close to getting stopped in the murder of his killing spree, but it just got away. By the time of his arrest, Samuel had served a total of 10 years in jail with over 100 arrests, even once being tried for a murder that it was later figured out he did commit. However, he got off at that first trial. A.M. Samuel died of natural causes while in prison last year in 2020. Rodney Alcala, also known as the dating game killer, which we'll explain the name in a second, committed at least 7 murders from 1977 to 1979, although in my opinion, like we'll see, I think there were way more than that. Rodney's criminal record began when, while living in California, he had abducted and abused an 8-year-old girl. He did this by
There's a pretty good
kidnapping her off the
Netflix
side of
thing
the
about
road
this
and
guy.
bringing her to his apartment, which other kids saw and called the police. When the police got there, the 8-year-old girl was still alive, although very horribly abused, and little known at the time, Rodney had escaped to New York and changed his name. It was shortly after this that the FBI began putting out pictures of Rodney and even moved him to the top 10 most wanted list. During this time, Rodney had gotten a counseling job at a school in New Hampshire, until one day one of the students at the school saw the poster from the FBI, recognized it as their counselor, and had him arrested. It was found out years later that Rodney had actually committed a murder during that time that he was a counselor and living under an alias. After being extradited back to California, however, the 8-year-old girl's parents would not allow her to testify and relive the event, so Rodney pretty much got off with a basic assault charge. He served 2 years for that, got out of jail, almost immediately was arrested for assaulting a 13-year-old girl he gave a ride to school, went back to jail for only another 2 years, and then got out again. It was during this time that the crime spree started. What Rodney would do is he would approach these young boys and girls and tell them that he was a photographer. He would say he does several adult photo shoots and would have them pose provocatively so that he could take pictures of them. So provocatively, in fact, that the FBI has since posted the pictures so that people can identify missing loved ones. However, they have not posted 90% of them, as according to them, they are far too explicit. It's from these pictures and the bodies that were discovered later that the 7 confirmed deaths came to be. However, in the literal thousands of pictures that Rodney had, there are several people who have never been identified and henceforth never found. So there's a solid chance a lot of people that he took these pictures of didn't make it. The reason he's referred to as the dating game killer is because at the height of his murder spree, he went on the game show called The Dating Game. In the show, several bachelors answer several questions about a bachelorette, and one of them gets to go on a date with her. Everyone was incredibly freaked out by Rodney, with another contestant saying he had some very weird opinions about things, which I can only imagine what that means. And Rodney won the episode. However, the girl would not go on a date with him, saying that he was far too creepy. The way he was finally caught is that shortly after one of the girls disappeared and then her body was found later, a man drew a sketch for police that very closely resembled Rodney. Rodney's parole officer recognized it, got warrants to search Rodney's stuff, and upon searching his apartment, found that woman's earrings. And then after he was arrested, a very stupid series of events happened with the trial. The first trial got thrown out because they said the witnesses weren't properly informed of previous crimes. The second trial was also thrown out because someone was hypnotized as one of the witnesses and that was considered faulty or whatever. So the third trial finally got started in 2010. And then
He does kind of look like an uglier weirdo.
Rodney decided to be his own defense attorney, and at one point called himself to the stand, so he interrogated himself as himself, being both the interrogator and the interrogatee, to which he referred to himself as Mr. Alcala and spoke in a deeper voice when being the attorney. So this guy, in trial for his own murder, literally stood up and went, "Mr. Alcala, did you commit the murders?" And then he would turn and go, "No, I did not." "Well, you are a very handsome man." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Alcala." "You're welcome, Mr. Alcala." To which his chief argument was that he didn't remember committing the murders, so therefore he couldn't have committed them. I should also mention that that specific interrogation portion went on for 5 hours. And during the closing statements, Rodney simply played the entirety of the song Alice's Restaurant on a boombox, which is about the protagonist of the song wanting to kill someone. Which, I guess he saved money on the defense attorney, but you get what you pay for. A specifically damning piece of information that came during the trial is, remember that 8-year-old girl that started the whole crime spree? Well, she came back after 42 years to testify at this third and final trial. Rodney was given the death penalty and is still alive on death row to this day. Eric Edgar Cook was convicted of killing 8 people from 1958 to 1963. Eric was born with a cleft lip, which
God, he's got a schnoz on him.
However, he suffered from several more facial deformities as he aged due to severe injuries brought on by beatings and factory accidents. Despite being transferred to several different schools, he was constantly bullied for his appearance by several other students, and he also wasn't exactly the brightest from testimonies of those who knew him, and many believe that's what contributed to his mean streak attitude. Starting off on a very high note, one of his first notable crimes is that when he was 17, Edgar burnt down a church he went to because they didn't let him join the choir. Despite this mean streak, Edgar married and ended up having 7 kids with his wife, and at the same time sort of moonlit as a weird sort of random crime criminal. See, this was Australia in the late 50s, and apparently it was common for people to just leave their keys in their unlocked car. So Edgar would look around for cars at night, get in them, start them, go on his joyrides, and then park them back, and the owners were never the wiser to it. It was during these late night joyrides that his murders and other crimes took place. Pretty much, he would just drive a random car around and then see a house he liked, run inside, steal a bunch of stuff, and leave. Or just attack people on the side of the road, or just get into traffic accidents, or whatever. He was just a loser. The methods in which he killed his victims included choking, stabbing, shooting, and hitting them with a car. And because of the seemingly random acts of violence, which it pretty much was, it took a long time for police to connect that these were all the same people. Edgar would also do bizarre things, like, for example, one time he murdered a woman in her house and then just spent hours sitting in the living room, drinking their lemonade and just chilling out. And then another time he got really drunk and he dragged a woman that he had just killed into the neighbor's yard, assaulted her body, and just left it there. The way they eventually caught Edgar is after he had killed someone by shooting them, he had ditched the gun in a bush off the side of the road. The police, while investigating the murder, found the gun, took it to a forensics lab, confirmed that it was in fact the gun, and then put it back in the bush with a string attached to it. So then the police just staked out the area for a couple days, and sure enough, one night Edgar comes back to get his gun, although because they tied it, it's tangled up in the bush, and he sat there fighting it long enough for the police to arrest him. It's there that he confessed to the 8 murders, as well as over 250 robberies, which Edgar remembered every single amount of money or article stolen down to the penny for every single robbery. To the point they could give him a specific date, like March 10th, 1958, and he would say, oh yeah, a brown coat, $39.48. So I'm not sure if he was actually dumb like a lot of people said, or if he just had a really good memory, or what. I mean, not that I really care, the dude deserved what he got anyway, but whatever.
Are you drawing? This is my OC.
For his crimes in 1964.
I am drawing my
Bell
OCs.
Guinness, or Guinness, I'm not sure which way that name goes, is known for murdering at least 14 people from 1884 to 1908. However, I'm pretty sure the actual number is more like 40. See, Bell liked money a lot. Investigators later on said that she was very greedy and sort of hoarded her wealth. And this love of money became evident after, in the same day, her house and her candy shop, both of which she co-owned with her husband, burnt to the ground, to which immediately they collected the insurance payments for, which Belle liked a lot, and this was seemingly the spark that led to all of her future crimes. It started after 2 of her children died of lower intestinal inflammation. Now, this was the 1880s, so it's not like you could do a full spread autopsy with a medical examiner like you could do today. However, it is known that a lot of poisons lead to intestinal inflammation, so there's a good chance. And the reason I say there's a good chance is because she had immediately taken out insurance on both of the babies and then cashed out immediately after they died. To make it especially interesting, none of her neighbors have ever reported that they saw her pregnant. And then, not too long after that, her husband dies of a supposed hemorrhage. But not only did he die of a hemorrhage, he died on the day that his insurance policy expired, and coincidentally, a new one started. Meaning he died in the correct 24-hour time frame for her to take out both policies. Which, if you're curious, those two policies came out to $5,000 total, which in 1880 was a lot of money. Doing some basic math with an inflation
How you doing?
calculator,
I'm doing.
it's about
Hanging out.
$133,000 by today's standards. She then remarried to a man who had a baby with him. The baby died again, to which, of course, she took out the insurance money. And then that husband suspiciously died after a meat grinder fell onto his head from the top shelf, crushing his skull and killing him. To which she got about $3,000 from that policy. At this
She's a
point,
wizard.
the police and doctors were
From
getting
all of the
suspicious
people that she
her,
killed.
so she decided it was time to leave town
A
and move
killing
out to the
wizard.
countryside.
Hi, Hendrix.
However, she would leave ads up around the city saying that she has a bunch of property which she bought with suspiciously acquired money, and that she's looking for a new husband. So men would write to her, she'd invite them to come, however, they always had to bring money as a down payment on the wedding, I guess. And none of those men were ever seen again, which is why the number has to be way closer to 40. This went on for a while until in 1908, the brother of one of the men who went courting Belle had told his brother that, hey, I'm going to go to this lady's house, just so you know, and then the family never heard from him again. After that brother wrote a letter to the residents saying that he was going to come look for his brother, the house suspiciously burnt down. Belle was supposedly killed in this fire because they found the bodies of Belle, or supposedly Belle, and her children in the rubble, which Belle had a couple kids that she hadn't killed for insurance money, at least didn't have the chance to. And during the investigation of the property, police found 14 bodies buried on the grounds, which is where the 14 figure comes from. The reason they believe that Belle died in the fire is because they found the body of a woman who was headless for some reason in the house fire itself. However, the body was at least 5 inches shorter than how tall Belle was to be reported, and about 50 pounds lighter. Not to mention, why did she lose her head in a house fire? That didn't stop the papers from saying that this was Belle's body and that she's dead. To add to it, a farmhand who Belle had an on-again, off-again affair with said that Belle came to him and told him that the brother of one of her victims was coming to visit, and the farmhand, who had been an accomplice in several of her crimes by killing men and disposing of the bodies, was told to kill a nearby woman, throw her body in the house, burn it all down while she escapes out of the country. So I think it's pretty clear that Belle didn't die there. However, she's never been found. Because the official story was she died in the fire, there was never a big investigation to find her, so she simply just disappeared. Which, I mean, she's probably dead now, since, you know, she'd have to be like 160 years old to still be alive, but just on the off chance she is, Belle, if you're out there right now, I hate you. Gary Heidnik killed 2 people from 1986 to 1987, and I know just hearing that number you may be thinking, oh, well, just 2, that's not a lot compared to the others, but just wait till we get to the details of it. Gary Heidnik was hailed as being a very bright kid at a young age.
Sorry.
And even tested with an IQ of 148. However, he certainly acted like it and had a narcissistic personality, as he told several kids his age that they were simply not worthy to speak to him. During high school, he joined the military, but was shortly afterwards honorably discharged after he was diagnosed with schizoid personality disorder. He spent a long time in and out of mental institutions during this before getting out and decided to turn his idea of mental institutions during this before getting out and deciding to turn his ideas towards investments. Basically, he found a local Methodist church that he said he could do the accounting through, and through basic investments, he turned a bank account and a church that started out with only 5 people when he found it into a massive church amassing $500,000. However, he had no care for religion or the church itself. He just saw a group of people that he could take advantage of and use as a foundation in order to start making money. Shortly
This
after
dude would
marrying a
love
woman
Rick and
that
Morty.
he had only communicated with by mail in the Philippines, she divorced
Love
him
me some
after
mental
finding him in bed
institutions.
with 3 other women, to which after the event she found him, he would start making her watch. And then other times he would abuse her and do a bunch of other mean things to her, so she left him. He ended up having a total of 3 kids, 1 with the aforementioned wife, and 2 with other random hookups that he had. One of those children was his first brush-in with the law, because the woman that he had the child with was a very mentally ill woman that he had checked out of a essentially assisted living home for the mentally disabled. So he comes, he checks her out as someone who knows her, does that with her, she ends up getting pregnant, he gets found out and gets a slap on the wrist basically for doing it. It was after this that the real horror started. Gary kidnapped 5 women and put them in a sort of makeshift torture pit that he had constructed in his basement. In this pit, he would do all means of physical torture to them and psychological torture, including things like electrocution and cutting and stabbing. And in one case, one of the survivors mentioned that he would take a screwdriver and shove it in there until they couldn't hear, which is brutal. It was during one of these torture sessions that one of the women died of supposedly shock. So he took her body, dismembered it, and then placed it in bags in the fridge labeled as dog food. To which the night that the whole dismemberment occurred, police were actually called to the house because of the foul odor, to which Gary answered the door and said, "Oh, sorry, I've got a pig cooking and I let it burn too long," and the police just waved him goodnight and left. The other one of his murder victims died after he had filled the bottom part of the pit with water and then took an electric cord and threw it in there to electrocute them, and one of them died of shock, like literal shock. Gary was eventually caught after one of his victims tricked him. See, after that lady had died of the electric shock, he took another one of the younger, less damaged looking victims out in order for her to try to find a new victim to lure to the car for him to kidnap. And this specific girl, appealing to his ego, said, "Well, my parents are probably going to send the police looking because I've been gone for a couple
He's giving
weeks.
Clock Tower,
Why
who
don't you
this
let me
thing
go
that I'm
call them
drawing.
at a payphone so they don't bother us?" To which, as soon as she got to the payphone, she immediately called the police. The police showed up, arrested Gary, and then figured out everything he was doing. To which, during the initial questioning, Gary said that the women in the basement he was torturing were there whenever he bought the house, which has got to be, and again, it's so brutal and evil what he did, but it has to be one of the funniest defenses I've ever heard. Literally, the police are like, "All these tortured people, you do that?" And he's like, that was there when I got here. During his trial, he took the insanity plea, which was actually rejected because of the church fund thing that I mentioned earlier. Because, as the prosecution said, someone who's so insane wouldn't know how to build up $500,000 in a church fund. And Gary was sentenced to death and given the lethal injection in 1999. Richard Kuklinski, also known as the Iceman, which is way too cool of a name for a killer, is confirmed to have killed 5 people leading up to his arrest in 1986. However, he claims that the number's closer to 200. We'll get to that. Richard's criminal career began in the 1960s when he began selling bootleg copies of Disney films, which we can all see is the very clearly set Disney to murder pipeline, before figuring out that it was much more profitable to sell prints of adult movies. Throughout everything I'm going to mention, I want you to keep in mind that Richard was only ever arrested once before the murder arrest for a bad check, which he didn't do any jail time for because he just paid it off. The first man he killed, he shot to death while selling tape, supposedly because the deal went bad, and simply stuffed his body in an oil drum and ditched it. The second was a pharmacist. See, one of the jobs that Richard did was he collected stolen goods and then sold them as
Is
his
Val
own
Kilmer
sort of,
actually
like,
dead? Because I've
storefront
been
black market. And a
seeing
pharmacist had been
everywhere.
pushing pills on him to sell at his shop, and Richard didn't want to do it.
I saw on Twitter that he was, and then I saw on Twitter as well that he wasn't, and then I saw on Twitter that he wasn't, then I saw online that he actually was, and then my parents were like, he's dead. And I'm like, shit. But I don't understand why so many people were saying, I don't understand why it was so hotly contested where the fuck Val Kilmer fucked off to. He is dead. Sorry. Which animal is she? She's supposed to be like this kind of like deer, fennec, fox hybrid thing. She was part of like a thing on DeviantArt called A Close Species, but I took her out of it because I don't care. I also don't care enough to change her design, so
one day,
she's gonna
killed
keep
the
these.
pharmacist. For a long time, it was figured out by investigators later that Richard
She's
ran
half
a
deer,
crime
half
ring with 4 other
fox, I
criminals.
guess.
Around the time the investigations began of him and his accomplices, Richard got paranoid and killed one of the members of his inner ring. He did this by feeding his accomplice a cyanide-laced hamburger and then having him and another one of his friends hide the body. He then killed that partner who helped him move the body, afraid that he would snitch over the original murder. It was during this time that a body was found in the middle of the woods by police who, upon examination, had ice crystals inside of the actual corpse. What
It's a
that
reference
means
of her
is that
tail.
The body had been in a freezer for a very long time.
Hey, you know what?
before-
Fun fact. The person who drew this is the same person who drew this. This is my friend Zach. Just a little bit of trivia for you.
Dumped. It was later figured out that the body had in fact been in a freezer for 15 months before Richard got paranoid that they were going to look for the body there, so he decided to ditch it so long after the actual murder occurred. This is what got him the nickname of the Iceman. And in order to shut down Richard, a big undercover investigation was launched with the FBI and the ATF in order to stop him. So an undercover agent who had been undercover for 18 months became close with Richard, and then sure enough, one day Richard asked for cyanide. That undercover agent asked Richard to carry out a hit for him using the cyanide, which of course wasn't real cyanide. So on his way to do the hit, Richard got to thinking, maybe that guy's not legit, so he feeds the cyanide to a stray dog that he passes by, and the dog doesn't do anything, so he's like, I think that guy was lying to me. So he tries to go back home knowing the whole thing's a sting, but gets arrested anyway. He got arrested and was eventually sentenced to prison for life, or 111 years, which, same thing. And it was after he was arrested that the
Never understand
stories
why
got
people get
absurd.
sentenced for like
example,
hundreds of
he
years.
claims, as I
Just give them
mentioned earlier,
life.
that he's killed like 200 people. He says that he just kills homeless people for fun all the time by shooting them or poisoning them or whatever else. He said that he personally knew John Gotti, and that John Gotti personally commissioned him on several of the hits that he performed. He said that he was closely tied with all 5 families of New York, which is a big thing in the mafia, and that he would perform hits on the 5 families and then perform a hit for that family against the family he just performed the hit for, and even claimed that he himself murdered Jimmy Hoffa. And while there's some connections, like people have really dug into his reports and been like, well, he was seen with this guy, so maybe this murder's legit. So there may be a few extra murders, but the degree in which he claimed to be would have made him like the most prolific gangster ever, bar none. And this is the guy who got arrested because he almost tried to kill someone with fake cyanide, so I don't think it's that legit. Richard died in 2006 of a heart attack, which his wife had signed a do not resuscitate order for on him because, I mean, of course she did. And interestingly enough, Richard was played by Michael Shannon in a movie titled The Iceman, which is a story about the events of his life, or at least the supposed events of his life. Arthur Shower Ross, also known as the Genesee River Killer, killed 14 people from 1972 to 1989. Arthur was cited at a young age as having very low intelligence and never succeeded well in school, and also was involved in several how do I put this? Relationships with people he shouldn't have relationships with, as in immediate family, which I'm sure had a very positive effect on his mental well-being as he got older. He was drafted into the Vietnam War and had several stories afterwards of how he used to like be in these violent combat scenarios and how he used to skin and decapitate people and how cool he was, but it turns out later that he never saw combat and was simply stationed behind the lines. And it was shortly after he got back to the States that he got in a lot of trouble for arson, to which a psychiatrist later said that he was a sort of sexual arsonist, which is a phrase that I never thought I'd say on this channel, but I guess I should have known better. Basically, he would start these fires because they got him started, and in total he served 22 months in prison for those arson events. Not long after this, Arthur was arrested after it came out that he had assaulted and killed 2 young children ages 8 and 10. However, he got the charge down to a manslaughter plea. The reason for this being, although he had confessed, there wasn't a ton of evidence linking it to it, and you may be thinking, well, isn't a confession enough? But according to the judge and the attorneys, he was so dumb that a confession didn't mean anything. And not only that, the prosecution was certain that if he is put on trial, the jury will feel sympathy for how dumb he is, and therefore will get the charge down to manslaughter anyway, so they might as well plea on it. So he was given parole after only being in jail for 14 years for the murder of 2 children, and then immediately murdered 12 more people. These were mostly sex workers that he would approach and then hire and then strangle and ditch their body somewhere. The way he was caught is while police were investigating a recent place that they found the body, he just walked up to, like, at the bridge above where the body was dumped and just peed over it. So they go up there to ask him and then just figure out, supposedly by his own confession, that he was the one that dumped the body. And at trial, his argument was that he is not guilty by reason of insanity because of the PTSD that he suffered from Vietnam. So then they had several of the larger scale commanders who are familiar with his operation come in and testify that this dude never saw combat and has no idea what he's talking about. And Arthur died in 2008 while in prison of a heart attack. Joseph D'Angelo is guilty of at least 13 murders from 1973 to 1986. Joseph specifically went on 3 separate murder sprees across 3 different areas of California, to the point that it was believed that these events were done by 3 different killers. Eventually, once investigators began to put together that this was all one person, he was given the name of the Golden State Killer. Also, interesting note, whenever they thought it was 3 different killers, one of those aliases was called the Night Stalker, before the actual Night Stalker that we know now. So whenever they figured out it was all the Golden State Killer, they then re-adopted the name as soon as Richard Ramirez became a killer. Just interesting fact. Joseph was in the military before becoming a police officer. However, he was kicked off the force for stealing a hammer for some reason, and then after being fired, threatened the life of the chief of police who fired him. Initially, his crime started off as thievery. In several occasions, he would literally steal piggy banks. Like, there was several times that he would walk by like expensive jewelry and stuff like that and steal things like pocket change, and I'm not kidding, like actual piggy banks. The first known murder is when he was kidnapping a girl while walking out of the family house, and her father heard, came downstairs to stop him. He shot the father and ran away, to which the father died. It's not long after this that his crimes became much more extreme. What he would normally do is he would break into the houses of young married couples with a gun and then force the woman to tie up the man and blindfold him, to which he would then tie up the woman's hands and mouth and
You can threaten the
abuse
chief
her
of police
in
and still be a
number
free
of
man.
intense ways for hours on
Make a
end.
note of
During
this.
this time, he would simply eat the food that they had made, drink the stuff out of their fridge, and just walk around the house casually, coming back to the woman to repeatedly abuse her. He would also do these really demented things, like sort of mind games. For example, he would take dishes and he would lay the men flat on their back and stack the dishes on their back and say that if he hears the dishes move, in other words, the man trying to get up, he'll kill both of them. He did this 50 times. Like, no joke. This guy broke into houses, did this whole like 6-hour charade, tying people up and abusing them and all of that 50 times and only had a hiccup on the 50th time. That hiccup was while getting away, 2 people saw him, to which he pulled his gun and shot both of them. After this, I guess he was kind of off his game and then tried to do the same break-in thing again, only this time the couple managed to get away. So after that, he killed the couple every single time he did it. Getting information out of him was hard and pulling teeth, but they know that there were at least 5 other instances that he broke into a house, did the whole thing, and killed the couple. Although there's probably more that he just didn't talk about. Also, during this entire thing, he was sending letters to the local newspapers and police, and he would even do really creepy stuff like call the house that he was about to rob by calling them, and then they'd answer and he'd say this is the wrong number, and then he'd start talking about stuff he's going to do to the women, and the people would think, oh, this is a weird prank call, and then he'd bust in and do it. Once DNA testing became a big thing, the killing stopped. However, of course, they were still looking for him, which means there was like a 30-year gap between him stopping the killings and him actually getting arrested for it. And his neighbors in that time said that he was like the worst person they ever met. He would call them threatening to kill them if their dog barked too much. He would always yell at the neighbors and had a horribly kept house. Pretty much this guy was awful and he never learned anything. In 2018, he was finally arrested, to which his defense was he had a split personality, and the other personality, Jerry, was in his head.
James
McAvoy.
McAvoy.
See, issue being because of statute of limitations, they couldn't charge him for all of the assaults and kidnappings, but they could get him on the murders. So he took a plea deal on the murders, gave the police the details, and is currently serving a life sentence to this day. However, while researching, he was more recently moved to protective custody, which, if you don't know, protective custody is traditionally a whole lot more laid back than regular prison. So this piece of filth murders so many people and then hurts so many more, and then gets 30 years to be free and continue being a jerk, and is now sitting cozy in some sort of cushy cell where he may have YouTube and is able to watch this video right now. So Joseph D'Angelo, I hate you. David Parker Ray is suspected of killing up to 60 people from 1950 to 1999. He was known as the Toy Box Killer because of his horrifying saw trap contraption that we're going to talk about. As a very young child, David's father, who was an alcoholic, would give him several masochist adult magazines, and David said from that point on he became obsessed with the fantasy of tying up and torturing women. So he constructed a trailer truck that in the trailer of it had a massive torture room full of chairs and all kinds of gadgets and gizmos. To list a few of the things that were recovered from the back of the trailer, there were chains, whips, straps, clamps, scalpels, shock devices, saws, diagrams, syringes, and toys. And I'll let your imagination go with the toy thing. What he would do is kidnap women by a variety of different means. Sometimes he would pose to be an authority figure in order to get them to come check out something in the trailer, or other times simply pick up women off the side of the road, before heavily drugging them until they were in a very non-combative state, and then putting them back there where he would spend the next few days just... yeah. Some weird details about it is he put mirrors on the ceiling of the trailer because he said he wanted them to always see exactly what he was doing. And his wife helped him get these women and even participated in the abuse, as well as several of his friends who he would have come over and they would take turns. And then he had a device set up in order for his dog. Anyway, the way he was finally caught is when one day a young girl was approached by him pretending to be a police officer, saying she needs to come check something out. He throws her in the trailer and he starts to abduct her. That day, David had to go to work, and this potential victim found a way to get out of her chains, to which the only person in the trailer was David's wife. The young girl managed to stab David's wife and got away, and then ran down the road to get help, wearing nothing but an iron collar and the chain garment that she had attached to her. She then got to a house, to which she got a phone, called the police, and David and his wife were arrested. It was after this that a woman came forward saying that she was also a victim of Ray. However, she had reported it as soon as she got away, and the police just didn't believe her that there was this guy driving around with a makeshift torture trailer abducting people. And another woman got away who was also kidnapped by Ray. However, after 2 days of torture, Ray thought he killed her, so he ditched her on the side of the road. She wasn't dead, she was alive, wakes up, went home to her family, to which her husband thought she was lying and had actually been in an affair and made up this whole story about a serial killer with a torture machine in the back of a trailer, that he divorced her, which I hope that guy feels awful about it later. See, the reason only 3 women ended up remembering enough to come forward is because David had them drugged for one during the whole event, so they were already had a foggy recollection, but after he ditched them somewhere, he would give them an amnestic so that they forgot a lot of what happened. There are several women who have came forward in years after believing that they were victims of Ray. However, the entire thing at the time just seemed like a dream. But whenever they saw it on the news and heard the details, they began to remember more and more aspects, and it became real. After a lot of questioning, what they eventually got Ray on is that Ray killed one of his partners who helped him with the whole kidnapping and torturing of women, because supposedly that he was going to snitch. And then another one of his partners had killed his wife, who was also going to snitch, so Ray did the whole torture thing with her and then killed her. So they managed to get him on 2 murders. Not only that, but in investigation, Ray had filmed one of the times that he did it, and of course the woman was never identified afterwards, so they at least got that as an abuse situation. If not missing person, suspected murder, you know the bit. And Ray never really talked about anything. So yeah, while it was at least 2 murdered, you don't build a big trailer contraption like that and only end up kidnapping, what, a total of 4 women? So the actual number that he probably did is way, 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 way higher. And a bunch of women at the time just thought they had a bad nightmare, when in actuality, yeah. Because of this, they gave him a total of 224 years in jail, because they just gave him the max for everything they could. Like, oh, what's that? You got a ticket 4 years ago? Looks like that's 10 years added on, buddy. They, in the meantime, also arrested David's wife as well as his friend, who was the husband of one of the aforementioned victims. The friend is going up for parole this year, actually, and the wife was released from jail in 2019. David himself was sentenced again to the 224 years and then driven to jail to give another interrogation and testimony, and then died of a heart attack before the interrogation even began. So yeah, this other guy may get out and she got out, but David's dead, and I've got to look on the bright side of something. And that'll do it for what is the 3rd part of...
Okay. Chat, wake up. Chat, come back to me. Come back to me, chat. Wake up, chat. We need to wake up. The accident was not your fault. Go check my fan art channel. Oh, wait, that's so cool. Wait, that's so cool. Holy shit. Holy shit. That's so fucking awesome. Oh, that's so awesome. I love that. That's so cool. Finally an outfit that Joel can't hate on. Dude, you sound so tired. I am. Dude, that's so fucking cool. Holy shit, I love the crumpled up hair thing. That's so cool. Fuck. Damn. Man, I love that. Okay, do you guys want to raid big or small today? Small?
small. Who are you thinking, Josh? I was thinking of somebody else, but we can I can also look at them. Hexchew. Love the book page win things. Yeah, true. Definitely feels like a Joel G character. It's very sick. Ooh, they are a part of egg toast. I don't know what that is, but I love egg toast. Egg toast. Oh, well, they're 9 followers away from their goal, so we can try and help them get a little bit closer. Sure, we'll raid Hexchew. I'm gonna go take a shower. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some more art. Next week, I am not going to be streaming on Friday. I'm going to be busy on Friday, but beyond that, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to be doing otherwise. I want to crack open, what's this thing called? Power Wash Simulator, because I've been meaning to lately, but I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Enjoy the drawing and vibes? Hell yeah. Well, we're gonna be drawing more boobs tomorrow. I can't wait. We're gonna be completing that fucking image tomorrow. I cannot wait. If I was able to complete it today, I wouldn't have shaded it, but since it was taking fucking forever, I'm like, whatever, I'll finish it tomorrow, and tomorrow we can shade and stuff. So we'll polish it up tomorrow. It'll be epic. A very demure stream today. Yes. I feel kind of bad sometimes when my streams are boring, but well, I feel bad every time my stream is boring, but it's okay. Shit happens. Chill shit happens. Okay. I'm gonna send you guys over to Hexchew now. Be kind, be nice, be sweet. Raid. If you're new here and you haven't followed me on my other shit, don't forget to follow me on my socialis. And yeah, that should be good. That should be it. Let me raid Hexchew. There we go. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll see you all tomorrow for our art, more boobs. More everything, more all of that shit, etc., 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 etc. Woo, tired. I'm gonna go take a shower. I'm a musky husky.